Just a lot of wind. No really amount of water yet, but a lot of wind. You gotta stay
Morning.
safe.
Good morning. This is Greg Richardson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Greg.
Great. Hope everybody's drying safe this morning.
Good morning, it's Tamara. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We got you.
Thank you.
Y'all doing all right on that end?
I was doing okay until I got the tornado warning about UNCP, and my daughter's a freshman there. But
Oh.
we're doing okay. We got a lot of wind and rain, but we're good at my house.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. I'm so glad to hear everyone is safe and well. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm pleased to call to order the September State Advisory Council on Indian Education meeting. Before we proceed, I would like to kindly remind you all that we are live streamed on YouTube, and we warmly welcome our online listeners. And and thank you all for joining us. May we get a roll call, Dr. Leslie?
Yes. Amanda Frissard,
Present.
Calvin Locklear, Will Paul,
Present.
Stephen Bell,
Good morning, present.
Tamara Carter,
Present.
Stacy Lynch,
Present.
Angelique Jacobs,
Present.
Brandy Jacobs,
Present.
Candace Revels,
Present.
Dorothy Yates,
Dorothy Yates, present.
Representative Edward Godwin, Representative Charles Graham, Dr. LaRonda Lowry, Dr. Tiffany Locklear,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Olivia Oxendine, Representative Jared Lowry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. We have a quorum. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. So our first item of business is the approval of today's agenda. We have the agenda before us. May we have a motion to adopt the agenda as printed?
Dorothy Yates, I move that we adopt the agenda as printed.
Brandy Jacobs, second.
Any opposed? By affirmation, we will accept the agenda. Thank you all. I trust that everyone's had an opportunity to review the May 2024 minutes prior to today's meeting. May we get a motion to approve those minutes?
Angelique Young, I offer such a motion to approve the minutes.
Stephen Bell, I second.
Any opposed? By affirmation, we will adopt the May minutes, accept the May minutes. Thank you all. The first thing on our agenda is the swearing in of new members, and since we are not face-to-face, we are going to welcome Miss Candace Revels and do the swearing in at our next face-to-face meeting. So Miss Candace, welcome. We look forward to you serving on SACE with us. We look forward to what you will bring to SACE and your boys. So thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
We would also like to recognize Ms. Cameo for her service to SACE. She has served SACE for a long time, several different terms. So thank you, Ms. Cameo. I think her mom is joining us, Miss Marvel. So thank you for joining us. We really appreciate Cameo and the knowledge and wisdom and voice that she has brought to SACE. we do have a certificate of appreciation for her, and we will get that to her. Thank you. All right, next on our agenda is Representative Jared Lowry. I don't think that he has joined as of yet. He has not. I do see that Dr. Olivia Oxendine has joined, and she's next on the agenda. Dr. Oxendine, would you like to go ahead and proceed until we hear back from Representative Lowry?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Locklear, and good morning to everyone. I trust everyone is safe in your part of the state. For maybe you are in the part of the state, some of you, not all of you, that was protected from the hurricane. Pinehurst, for the Moore County area, certainly we were out of harm's way, but you would never know it because I lost power this morning, and I'm a long way from Helene. But anyway, everything's back in business. So it's good to be with you this morning and welcome all of you to your SACE meeting. As you know, you are an advisory committee to the State Board of Education, and we appreciate your voice and all of your ideas and suggestions and all that you bring, the knowledge that you bring about the needs of our American Indian students from your communities across the state. So today I'm going to focus on an item that the State Board approved relative to what is called an NIL. And I'm going to be very forthright and say to you, even as a board member, the NIL concept was very, very new to me until we began digging into what it means. And so at the last month's state board meeting, we did approve such a policy. NIL means name, image, and likeness. And it applies mainly to those very almost genius level, star-studded athletes in our high schools. So this policy that we adopted probably won't affect many athletes because I know we'd have outstanding athletes in basketball, football, and the other sports. But the NIL, mainly North Carolina, seems to be attracting our outstanding, that kind of 1% or even 0.5% of outstanding football players. Not to say that it won't cover other sports, but football players. So I'm going to hit some highlights of the policy that we've adopted. And before a policy can become enforceable, that policy must go through what is called a rulemaking process. And the rulemaking process is outside the State Board of Education. Rulemaking is handled by an entirely different state agency. And that the rulemaking process could take up to 6 months, maybe up to a year, maybe up to 18 months before a policy. All policies do not have to go through rulemaking, and I don't know how that difference is determined. But the NIL, the name, image, likeness, has to go through a serious rulemaking process. It was recommended to the State Board of Education by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. And I'm going to use Dick's Sporting Goods as my example. Let's say Dick's Sporting Goods would like to enter into a contract with a high school junior, an outstanding quarterback in one of our 4A schools, one of our large 4A schools in North Carolina, maybe in Guilford County, could be in Charlotte Meck, it could actually be in Robeson County at Purnell Sweat for that matter. So Dick's Sporting Good wants to enter into an NIL contract with the student. And that simply means that maybe in the store, a Dick's Sporting Goods store, somewhere in the store, you might see the picture, which is the image. That's what the I stands for, the image of that outstanding quarterback. And maybe on some of the promos, the advertisements, you might also see the image, or it could be just the name of that athlete on some good. So that the entity or the collective, and you'll see the word collective in some of the rules, the collective would be the sporting goods. It could also be McDonald's, or it could be, I don't know about a radio station. I doubt that, or a TV station, but it's usually a business is what is affected, or the business would be the entity that would enter into the contract with the student. There are a lot of rules around NIL. As I said, as one member of the state board, one of my comments was, this is the beginning of something that we've entered in as a state board of education, in my opinion, that won't have an ending. You usually think of beginnings with an ending, but I don't think this will have an ending. But the high schools around the state the large high schools were facing a lot of competition from our private high schools who have allowed NIL agreements. And because the State Board of Education had not approved an NIL agreement, high school coaches were fearful of losing outstanding athletes to our large private schools. And so private schools have a lot of money, they have a lot of other resources, and they can lure these students into their schools. So this was one of the reasons. It was a tough decision. We didn't come to it lightly. We think we know some of the immediate issues that we will be facing, but we certainly don't know all of them. So all I want to do is give you some of the highlights. So I have sent a PowerPoint. So if you would, Dr. Silver, if you would open the PowerPoint. I know I only have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to rush through this. I'm not going to, these rules are in process. They haven't been passed. These permanent rules were just presented to us last month. And the reason I'm sharing the little bit about the rules is because I think the rules will give you a sense of some of the issues and maybe some of the questions that you might have will be answered in the rule. Now, you don't have the rule itself, you have the rule topic. So I want to make that really clear. It isn't the actual rule, but it's the topic of the rule.
Here, Dr. Oxendine, I don't have that PowerPoint yet.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
I wonder if I could share it. No, I feel better by sending it.
Okay.
Hold on.
While Dr. Oxendine is sending over her presentation, and before we take a deep dive in today's agenda, I do want to take a moment to address a couple of important matters that I did not address prior to starting. First, I do want to share a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Susan Silver for her dedicated experience and service to SACE. She has certainly been invaluable to us, and we deeply appreciate her time, her effort, and her passion for advancing the initiatives of SACE. Thank you for all you've done for SACE, Dr. Silver. And apologies to Dr. Leslie Locklear. I've been working with her in some other things, and I did not welcome her to SACE officially as the American Indian Director. So we are so excited to have you, Dr. Leslie, join our team, and look forward to some different perspectives and fresh perspectives in your leadership on SACE. So thank you for your service and your willingness to serve SACE.
Thank you.
So I just sent it, Dr. Silver. And I want to say welcome also to Dr. Locklear, Leslie Locklear. It's good seeing your face. You're smiling. That's a good sign. You're still loving your new job. You're probably traveling quite a bit around the state or maybe getting ready to make those trips.
Been a
I
busy time, but it's been good.
That's great. That's wonderful. We waited 30 years for you to come along.
No pressure.
We knew that you would appear.
Dr. Oxendine, I think it may be my email on this end. Do you want to try? I just sent you a text with Dr. Leslie's email. Do you want to maybe try and send it to her?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Because I know I sent it about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, it just came in. There we go.
Oh, it's probably my end. My power is just getting powered up again.
Dr. Leslie, we've also had some additional members to join us since the start of our meeting. I think I saw Dr. LaRonda Lowry has joined and Mr. Calvin Locklear. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome as well. Those are new members, Dr. Locklear?
No, they're just
I
they've
see.
been members. They're just joining.
Just
Mhm.
joining.
Okay. I've got the email. Give me a minute to share. Dr. Leslie, you're going to have to stop sharing so I can share. Thank you.
Dr. Leslie makes me nervous. She knows so much about technology.
Yeah, I was telling her I'm
Mhm.
not used to Zoom, and she's like, "Oh, I love Zoom." So
Ooh,
everybody, bear with me. Give me some grace.
okay, very good. Great. So, and I'm not going to go through all of this wording because it's very deep and sometimes it just gets complicated. But session law, pursuant to that session law, last March, the state board adopted temporary rules for interscholastic athletics for 24-25 school year. So these rules addressed a lot of interscholastic athletics, safe student health, safety, participation requirements, amateur rules. Really, amateur rules folds into the NIL piece, penalties and appeals process. So now we must adopt permanent rules for the 25-26 school year. So we do temporary rules, and then we have public hearings and amendments, and then we go into the next phase would be permanent rules. So these NIL permanent rules that I'm going to share with you, highlights that is, are the permanent rules, but still they have to go through that long process of approval. So you can move on to the next screen. By the way, session law refers to the General Assembly. So here's a timeline. The SBE proposes permanent rules last month, 2024. There's a public comment period between October 1 and December 6th. So, and that public comment period is virtual. So if you have an interest in listening into that public comment period, please do so. Well, I'm sorry, the virtual meeting is on the 8th. The entire public comment window is from October to December, but there is a virtual public hearing on the 8th at 10 a.m. If you're interested in listening in, just let Dr. Leslie know, and she'll send you the link to that session. So that state board adopts the permanent rules coming up. We will adopt in January, coming up in a few months. And then those permanent rules become effective in July 2025. So there's a lot of time, there's a lot of calendar dates that are connected to rulemaking. And like I say, a policy, and with respect to NIL, I should say, is not enforceable until rules are passed. So the next screen, please. And you're going to say, you'll see this rule. You don't actually see the rule itself. The rule is actually in a thick document, but I wanted you to understand what the rule addresses. The rule addresses students who want to enter an agreement to use their name, their image, or picture or likeness for commercial purpose in exchange for compensation, known as an NIL deal. Compensation, for the most part, means a monetary money. In keeping with the prevailing trends, there are 11 other states that permit NILs at the high school level. However, the SBE is considering a rule to permit such agreements at the middle and high school level. Well, yeah. We haven't spent a lot of time thinking about middle. We've talked about high school that are subject to certain requirements and restrictions. So these are the requirements and restrictions through the rules. Next screen, please. Okay. This rule, there's a rule that defines compensation and clarifies that it will apply to agreements that provide compensation to the student, or the compensation can go to the immediate family member of the student. Now, the school personnel can't get involved in any of these discussions. The coach, the athletic director, the superintendent, the principal, they cannot play a role, influence, persuade. It's hands off. Then there's another rule that specifies certain requirements by the agreement, including that it cannot condition compensation on a student's athletic performance, that the student's parents must be a party to the agreement. So you're probably saying, what about guardians, legal guardians? Well, I don't know. That would be a matter of if legal guardianship, of course, it would have to be established by the courts. So the courts recognizes a legal guardian as the parent, then I would imagine it would be time for the legal guardian to consult with an attorney. And you're probably saying, well, who's going to pay for the attorney? Well, I can tell you that the school system cannot pay for the attorney, and the state board cannot pay for the attorney. So the attorney, these are one of the considerations that parents must be mindful of. The attorney's fees would have to be handled and would have to become the responsibility of the parent. The rule defines compensation and clarifies that that seems like the same one. Let's go on to the next one. That seems to be the rule prohibits. Back up just a minute. Go back up to the next one. Yeah. The rule prohibits athletic directors, coaches, and other PSU, by the way, everyone, stands for, the term at one time was LEA, PSU, the public school unit, or the school district. Other PSU employees, athletic booster clubs, NIL collectives from using the promise of an NIL agreement to recruit a student to a participating school. This rule, remember, you don't see the rule, I'm giving you the topic. The rule clarifies that it applies to any NIL agreement executed while a student is enrolled in the district, even if the benefits of the agreement do not accrue to the student until after graduation. That's interesting. I don't have enough information on that to clarify it, but it is interesting that what makes sense to me is that it must take place while the student is enrolled in the district, that agreement. Okay, next. The rule requires this, now this is important, requires the student to notify administrators, like principals and maybe superintendents and coaches at the school, to complete the free NIL online course offered by the National Federation of State High School Associations. So there is a requirement that an online course be completed, which is good. I would love to see that course. I'd love to know what that course entails myself personally, and as a state board member, what is covered. And probably a lot of questions, legal questions, might be answered in this course. The rule outlines the types of commercial activities that are subject to the rule, including product or service endorsements, promotional activities in person or in social media. Next. This particular rule prohibits students from making any reference to the student's school PSU conference, such as, each conference has a name, I'm not sure what they are, or administrative organization in any, for instance, in the agreement or in the actual, let's say, ad or commercial or whatever, the student cannot reference that he or she is a student at blah, blah, blah school system and plays at, is it outstanding, I love my school, anything like that. Reference to the school or the district is prohibited. It prohibits the students from displaying or receiving compensation for the use of intellectual property of the school. That would be things like the logo, the mascot, and anything else associated with athletics. And the next rule prohibits the student from promoting goods or services of an NIL party during an interscholastic athletic event or other. In other words, the student cannot promote anything related to the NIL agreement during, let's say, a tournament, a regional tournament or a state tournament or whatever or other school activities. It could be a school assembly, some pep rally or things of that nature. In the next frame, this rule prohibits the student from entering into NIL agreements to promote certain products and services, such as alcohol. In other words, the agreement, the rule that we absolutely stand by, the agreement cannot. So stay away from any NIL agreements to the student and the parents that have anything to do with alcohol, tobacco, drugs, weapons, and gambling. And the next frame, please. That might be it.
Yeah,
That
that's
might
nice.
be- yeah. So that is, in a nutshell, I want to say that is not the rule itself. The rule is very wordy and it's contained in a different document. But my purpose in going over the PowerPoint was to give you a sense of what we feel, the State Board of Education, what we feel is very important in terms of parameters and boundaries that need to be acknowledged and considered when entering in these agreements. Does anyone have a question? Like I say, it was a major discussion and a major decision. In the very beginning, I was somewhat leaning against voting for it. I did talk to the superintendents in my region, in the Sand Hills region. Well, I talked to the director of ARESA, and Ron Hargrave, and talked with him at length. He's the executive director of the 10-member superintendent council. Asked him a lot of questions, picked his brain, asked him the pros and cons, asked him what's on the mind of superintendents, what are they dreading about an NIL, what do they see as the benefits of the NIL. And Dr. Hargrave assured me that the superintendents are on board. I tend to vote in the same direction of my superintendents, the council that I represent in this region. As I say, I didn't come to the decision lightly. I did in the end vote for it, but I certainly asked a heap of questions before I moved in that direction. Any questions? So I wanted to share that with you. If you hear questions, if it should come up in your community, maybe you you interact with the principals, you interact with the superintendent, coaches, if it comes up. Not that I wanted to make you experts today, but at least to give you a little bit of information so you could begin a conversation with others in your communities. Thank you very much. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Oxenine. We appreciate you. We always appreciate your updates and expertise as Stacey continues to advocate for American Indian students
Very
throughout
good.
North Carolina. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
I did want to inform everyone that unfortunately Representative Jerry Lowry will not join us today. He is actually under the weather after traveling from Washington, D.C., and he does send his sincere apologies for not being here and looks forward to reconnecting with everyone soon. So thank you all for your understanding. Next on our agenda is Dr. Tom Tomberlin he is the NCDPI Senior Director of Educator Prep and Licensure. Welcome, Dr. Tomberlin. We appreciate you joining SACE.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think I'm going to be able to share my presentation, but let me see if this is going to work.
And if it doesn't, Dr. Tomberlin, I'll be your backup.
Okay, great. Can you see that?
We
We
can.
Great. So just to let you know, this is the report, or this is the presentation I did for the State Board of Education back in April of 2024. It covers some of the issues. It doesn't go into depth into the report itself, which is publicly available on our website, and I can drop the link to that in at the end of this presentation. But this just covers some of the key findings we presented to the State Board of Education and tried to give some context to what these numbers mean. So the first thing that I'd like to do is kind of talk about the attrition and vacancy data in North Carolina, but contextualize it to what's going on in the rest of the country, what we see in North Carolina and what others are experiencing who report on these types of data from across the country. And so what we started with is this national teacher attrition forecast. Some really smart guys from, I think they're in Nebraska, University of Nebraska or Kansas, started collecting some of the data from around the country and putting it together. And you can see over the years, they've reported on what the national attrition rate from the teaching profession is over the years. And it looks like it's hovered pre-COVID around 12%. There was a dip in COVID, which makes perfect sense because most people went ahead and paid people. So a lot of people probably who otherwise would have left didn't leave because they no longer had to work and they were still getting paid. So we did see some depression there, but that jumps back up and rises a little after COVID. And those, from the time of this study, you can see that 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24 are more projections based on prior year data, and they give a little range where they think the actual data would likely fall. So the key takeaway here is when you look at the national average across the country, states are experiencing somewhere between 12 and 14% attrition rates from public schools annually. So, and this is what I explained to you earlier, that the turnover rate here is an estimate, and so we're getting some confidence intervals around that. This is what attrition looks like in North Carolina relative to that national average historically. And so you can see we hover around somewhere between 7 and 9% in attrition over those same years. So our attrition rates historically have been much lower than what's experienced nationwide. And you can see in 21-22 that it was significantly lower. However, the 22-23 school year tells us a different story for North Carolina. So what I've done here is just kind of laid this out across years so you can see 2017 to 21-22, you're somewhere around 7 to 8%. Very little, these numbers are really stable in North Carolina across the years. So we've seen in those years, we've seen 7,000, roughly 7,000 teachers leave the profession every year. However, in 22-23, we did see a significant increase in the attrition from North Carolina public schools, and that has gone up to 11.5%. Also, for context, we also looked at, in response to that attrition in the prior year, what does the state bring in to replace those teachers who left public school employment in the prior year? And that's what with new hires in September. And so these are the people coming in the school year following that attrition. And you can see North Carolina does really, really well in replacing the teachers that is lost. Those percentage, that replenishment rate exceeds the actual attrition rate, and in some cases pretty substantially. If you look at 21-22, we hired half again as many teachers as what actually left in the prior school year. Now, that does, so you have to remember COVID was the ESSER funds come into play there. So we were hiring many more roles and and we had increased federal funding to do so. So those 2021 and 2021-22 numbers are probably reflect that federal funding. In 22-23, even though we experienced that large increase in attrition from our teaching population, we still managed to exceed that with new hires in the following year. And then you've got the state vacancy rates over here on the side. Now you can see that state vacancy rates jump around a little bit over those pre-COVID years. And then after COVID, they rise to about 6%. And most people, when you look at this, you would think, wow, our vacancy is really taken off in 21-22 and 22-23. But there's a little asterisk there. And what that asterisk means is the General Assembly issued guidance on how one measures a vacancy. And so for most people, you would think a vacancy means there's not somebody there employed in that position. And that's a very understandable and common sense approach to defining that. But the state legislature really wanted to know, how far are we away from having a fully licensed teacher in every classroom? And so in this report, in these 2 years, they've directed the department to, we don't count long-term subs. We don't count people who are on a temporary license. So we have the permit to teach an emergency license. And so if they hold those licenses, they technically don't fill the vacancy, even though there's an adult in the classroom. So this is what's caused that inflation in those vacancy rates, is the different method of counting these folks. It shouldn't be interpreted that, oh my goodness, all of a sudden we've got this huge increase in the number of classrooms without any teacher in them. So just wanted to point that out. So if we look at this, this is just a graph, so you can see that replenishment rate I talked about, that's in green, and then the red line is the attrition rate. And so what we're looking at is how well is North Carolina doing replacing the teachers that it lost in the prior year. So you can see this graphically. And as you can see, post-COVID, we really started increasing the number of teachers we were able to hire to replace. And it's not until the 22-23 school year that you see a pinch in this, where our hires are starting to line up more directly with the number who have attrited. It's still a little over, it was still about 1,000 teacher surplus in that way. But it is narrow, given the gap that we saw before. We were doing much, we were hiring many, many more than what left in the prior year. Now, why is this important? Because every year I'm asked by the media and others, do we have a teacher shortage situation in North Carolina? And my response is always, well, it depends on what you mean or how you define a teacher shortage. And if the question is, do we see substantial loss of enrollment in our ed prep programs? Do we see a substantial loss of teachers coming into North Carolina from out of state? Do you see a decrease in the number of licenses issued? So when you put all this is to help kind of give you an idea of when we say we have a teacher shortage, this is the data that helps. I'm not telling you how to answer that question or what position to take on that. What I'm pointing out to you is North Carolina continues to attract more teachers to the profession every year than it loses through attrition. And so draw your conclusions. I'm not going to answer the question of if there a teacher shortage, but you've got the data to make an informed, educated response to that question. So I think Dr. Silver is going to share this presentation with all the members. So I'm not doing very well at keeping up with the animation, but you can certainly click through that animation when you view it because it highlights things that and explains things. So if you've got questions later or if you don't remember what I meant by that, those little call outs will come up and help you with that. So when we look at this national teacher attrition forecast, for the first time for the better part of a decade, North Carolina has kind of risen and up to what we would consider within the national average for teacher attrition across the country. Historically, we've been well below that average, but this is the first year that it has approached that national average. So the next section I cover here is contextualizing the attrition and vacancy data. So what does this mean in North Carolina? Now I'm not looking, well, I am looking somewhat nationally on this, but what does this mean as a profession related to other professions? Because it's really, if we want to understand what impact COVID had on the teaching profession, we would need to look to other professions to see, are we having the same impact due to COVID or other market forces as other industries are experiencing? So in this graph, all public sector jobs, excluding farming, are in pink. So that represents the attrition that was experienced in those historically, and particularly if you look over here to November 2020 and 2021, those were, and maybe some of 2022, those are what we would consider the COVID years. And what happened kind of in the general labor market during that time. And as you can see here, if we look at all public sectors, excluding farming, because it's a very seasonal occupation, there was a significant spike in the attrition in all public sector jobs. If you look at the green line here, the teal line, all state and local government, but with the exclusion of public education. And so you can see from this chart that teal line mirrors the pink line pretty well. It's a little lower than that, but same kind of increases during these years of interest. And then finally, we have public education in aqua. And as you can see here, there is not the dramatic uptick that we're seeing in the other labor markets relative to that, to the public sector and state government jobs. We are not experiencing attrition from the field to quite the levels and the post-COVID increases that other agencies are. This just contextualizes a little further in North Carolina with some of the state agencies. You can see we've got the agencies, some exemplar agencies listed there, but in general, in state government in North Carolina, in December of 2021 and December of 22, they were experiencing roughly 17% attrition rates in those areas, with individual agencies highlighted here to the right with some attrition rates that are more up into the 20% range. And then we look at vacancies. And so We deliberately picked out nursing, healthcare, because the teaching profession is often compared with nursing and the challenges for recruitment and retention and such and attrition. And so you can see in North Carolina, this is from the Department of Health and Human Services for the past year. So this would be the 22-23 school year. Given the time of the report, this would have been the 22-23 fiscal year. In registered nurses, they were experiencing 48% vacancy rates for their professions. So I'm not trying to give a silver lining to everything. 11.5% attrition for teachers in North Carolina is a serious concern that needs to be addressed. However, I want to also kind of paint a realistic picture of this in terms of the general labor market. What we're experiencing is nothing like what we see in other sectors that are comparable to the profession. So much like when we talk to teachers, it's okay, it's good, but it could always be better. So we always need to have continuous improvement as the mindset. So we want to make sure that we're telling the accurate story, but recognizing we do need to improve in these areas, and are there ways that we could do so? So one of the things that's really important in these presentations is to disaggregate the teacher attrition by years of experience. Not all teachers act the same way, given where they are in their career path. And what you can see here, this highlighted circle is the attrition rate for teachers who are in about 28 or 29 year of service and beyond, and what does their attrition look like? And of course, this is when teachers are preparing to retire. So we do count retirement as a form of attrition. And we can see for those teachers, 26%, it's roughly 26% of these teachers are going ahead and exercising their right to retire, and they are doing so. And we would expect this. But what is somewhat unexpected is over here on the left. These are first-year teachers and early career teachers. And so through years for the first year and the subsequent couple of years, these teachers are attriting from North Carolina public schools at rates that are comparable to that of retiring educators. So this is a cause of concern. And it really suggests a targeted intervention that could that we need to implement in order to address this high attrition in the early stages of the career. Traditionally, this number has always been higher than mid-career teachers, but it's often at around 15%, and not at this really elevated 26% that we saw in this year's data. So this is a concern, and it is a concern that needs a targeted intervention to kind of ameliorate this attrition in first-year teachers. So when we talk about these first-year teachers, so it's important to understand how teachers come into service in North Carolina. So these are the licensure routes. So we have the traditional route. And if you look historically, I used to talk about the teacher pipeline across the state in three big buckets. That's traditional preparation, alternative, which used to be lateral entry and it's now residency, and out of state. Those are the three big contributors to our teacher pipeline. And I used to talk about this as a third, a third, a third. We generally rely on these, they're kind of three pillars, and they're of equal weight and magnitude in the pipeline. You can see, though, from the traditional path from 2017 to 22-23, that traditional path is decreased by 24.3%. And it is no secret, and it's long been researched and corroborated, that traditionally prepared teachers are, on average, more effective than their early career counterparts, and they persist in the profession longer. As opposed to out-of-state teachers, they may be more in line with the effectiveness of traditional teachers, but they don't persist in the profession as long. And then finally, you have your alternative or residency route. This has increased by 23% over the years and is continuing to grow at great levels. And what we know about them is, on average, they're not as effective as our traditionally prepared teachers, and they do not persist in the profession as long as traditionally prepared teachers. So while we are attracting more teachers, the pathway becomes really important, because we know that these teachers coming in under these alternative models do not hit the ground running as well as either their traditional or out-of-state counterparts, and they don't stay as long. So we need to rethink how we best support these alternatively prepared teachers, because they may not need the same supports that the traditionally prepared teachers do. The other thing I want to point out here real quick is international faculty has risen by 148% in this same time frame. Traditionally, this has been viewed as a cultural exchange type program, where we're getting folks to be able to see what it's like to teach in North Carolina, exposing them to the culture of the United States and our educational system. But more and more, it's becoming a recruitment strategy for our districts, where they're relying heavily on this population to staff our schools. So the license type, what kind of license do people bring in when they first come as educators? So of course, you know that a CPL is an experienced teacher. We have a number of what we consider first-year educators who hold a CPL. So that sounds confusing, but what that means is these are folks who were in the school system at some time in the past. They left for whatever reason. Think about maybe a teacher who decides to take a break to raise her children. She takes 5-10 years off to raise children, and now she's ready to come back. She kept her license current. We would count her as a new hire because of the length of time that he or she's been out. So this, incoming folks, there are a good number of those folks who come back to the profession, but that is decreasing over time. Then you have folks coming on an IPL. This is our traditional route, and you can see that that is somewhat declining over time, and they represent about a third of our incoming teachers. And temporary licensed teachers, so this is the alternative route. These permit to teachers, the permit to teach, the emergency license, and then ultimately the residency license. Together, these licenses form the alternative route. And you can see that they are contributing much more, up to 40% of our incoming cohort of teachers. Lateral entry, of course, is sunset. But so yes, so now this alternative route accounts for 42% of the new hires for a district in the 22-23 school year. This graph is meant to show you how people move through that process. So I talked about, you have the permit to teach, you have the emergency license, and these are licenses, temporary licenses, to help teachers new to the profession scaffold up to a residency license. So the intent is that they would use these licenses to move into other licenses. But it's important to know if that's what's happening. So the blue represents people who came in on permit to teach in year one, their first year. Then what happens to them subsequently? Well, as you can see over here on the right, about 55% of them move to a residency license. And about 10% of them move on to that next emergency license. But 36% of them never resolve the license. They never move past that temporary license phase. And then in the next chart, well, what if they came in on an emergency license? So they came in their first time on an emergency license. After year one, only 34% of them are moving to a residency license. with an additional 7% moving to an IPL. So you've got 41% of them are moving to a license, the next phase of licensure, but a full 58% of them, there is no more license for these folks. And so they're attriting, they're leaving the profession. This is an extraordinarily high number from a percentage perspective. And it suggests that our alternatively licensed teachers are not getting the support they need to feel like they can stay in the classroom and move forward through the licensure process. And so a lot of work needs to be done to understand the root causes of this and how we can develop policy that can affect it. So one of the things is there's some variability in what we consider to be a beginning teacher. So every district has beginning teacher support program. It's required by State Board of Education, but there may be differences in how that is implemented from LEA to LEA. So in 22-23, what we know is the LEA reported their beginning teachers. Those teachers enrolled in the beginning teacher program. And so that's 10,104 teachers across the state in 22-23. And you can see from 21-22, that was about 13,000. And we know the attrition rate of those folks. So the LEA also reported on their experienced teachers. And what's the attrition rate for those experienced teachers? And you can see it's substantially lower than those beginning teachers. So we know that there's a problem there. And the issue comes out that when we look at this, so the LEAs reported that 10,103 number and said that's how many teachers we have in beginning teacher support. NCDPI looked at the experience of these teachers that had fewer than 3 years of experience. They may be on a permit to teach or they may be on an emergency license, but we can count 13,534. So you can see there's a huge discrepancy there. And that may be because some districts are electing to wait until the residency license to put teachers on a beginning teacher support program, whereas other districts start them, regardless of their license type, start the first year. So we know we've got a significant number of teachers falling through the cracks here in terms of beginning teacher support. So one way to shore that up is to ensure that all teachers who do not hold a CPL must be in a beginning teacher support program. And so that would clear up the confusion and we wouldn't have these teachers misidentified and falling through the cracks. So I talked about, I'm going to go through this quickly. I've already talked about this, defining the vacancies. And this is just the rules around that to make people understand there's two ways to count vacancies, just open positions. And then the way we have to do it under the law is permanent positions. And so I addressed that earlier, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. So how do we monitor this? So we do it according to the law. And so that has caused, but that is different than how we've done it in the past. And that has caused that increase that we've seen. So if you think about this, how this works is, so for a district, they say, for the state, we say there are 6,008 total vacancies. That means that's the number we're reporting. But for understanding the other way of measuring it, all open positions, we've got to subtract out those emergency license. So in 22-23, we reported there's 6,000 vacancies. From that, we need to subtract out 1,685 teachers on an emergency license because they are in the classroom. And then the permits to teach represent another 844. And so now we've got, what remains here is we've got 3,479, what we would consider open vacancies. And this is not counting long-term substitutes. So that rate is about 3.7%, which is consistent with what we've seen prior to the change in reporting. So here's the summary of the findings. North Carolina experienced an 11.5% attrition rate in the previous year. That is up from what we've seen in the past, and it is high, and it is probably too high, and steps need to be taken to try to address this attrition rate. It is still in line with what we see nationally and with other labor markets, it's not in line. It's much better than we see in other labor markets. And we know that teacher attrition is not uniform across years of experience. It is not probably advisable to have a general kind of position on teacher attrition because beginning teachers rates are much different than mid-career teachers, and the same uniform policy for all teachers may not be as effective. How teachers enter the profession in terms of their licensure has shifted over the years, which may also suggest a need to shift our thinking around beginning teacher support, which was developed when traditional teachers were the dominant pathway to the profession. The alternative pathway route, these temporary license exhibit serious leaks as we move these teachers from these temporary licenses to the residency license program. Vacancy rates in North Carolina public schools show increases over the years, but those increases in part are due to changes in the way those definitions, the defining a vacancy has been sent down to us by the General Assembly. Some policy implications. I think I've hit on this quite a bit. The recommendation we made to the board is we need to review our beginning teacher support policies very carefully and find ways to modify that to better support not traditional, but residency licensed teachers, alternative licensed teachers, people who are coming to us as a career change. They seem to the beginning teacher support program doesn't seem to be as affecting them as well as it did for our initially licensed traditionally prepared teachers. And policies related to beginning, yeah, I've said that. And we recommended a review of that. And our intention is with the new report that comes out later after the first of the calendar year to bring some recommendations or some discussion around the current beginning teacher support program in ways that it can be shored up. And I know I went through that very quickly, but I feel like I was trying to stay within my allotted time, so I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, or to yield the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Tomlin. Are there any questions for Dr. Tomlin at this time?
I have a quick question or comment.
Please proceed.
It's always helpful, Dr. Tomberlin, to hear you go through these PowerPoints a second time.
Good.
I grab onto things better. I'm happy that I heard you say toward the last couple seconds that you are planning to bring a policy recommendation to the state board on rethinking the beginning teacher support program to address probably where we're seeing you referred to it as a leak in that alternative pathway resident. I think that's a very good step to take, because I remember when we talked about it several months ago. It's good to know you're going to bring something forward.
I wish I could tell you what it is
Absolutely.
at this point, but but yes, that is the intent.
Good.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Artson. Dr. Tomlin, I too was drawn to the policy implication. I just wanted to know, we do know that our teachers of color tend to leave the profession at a higher rate than our white counterparts. Is there any grow your own programs, or are we looking at data from those demographics? Because we know that research consistently shows that teachers of color do improve teacher outcomes or academic outcomes for students. So is that part of your policy implementation to recruit and retain people of color as you move forward?
So there is not. So it's a great question. To my knowledge, there's not a policy recommendation that we would bring that would specifically target teachers of color. The idea is that we do things that will help all teachers, and hopefully that will also extend to our minority teachers. And, you know, diversification of the teaching force, I agree with you. The research suggests it's there. It's unclear how. I think to do that, one would have to understand the unique needs and challenges of minority educators, because you want the policy or the intervention to be targeted to the root causes. And we don't have good data on, let's say, why an African-American male feels that the school setting is not the right profession for him and decides to attrite. So you'd have to get at those root causes, which we don't have an eye towards at the state level. We don't have good data in that regard. Where I think those policies become really important is at the local level. So the locals are in a position to understand the context. They understand, are there practices or procedures or environments that are particularly off-putting to these folks, and how can we address those things to make our schools more welcoming to teachers of color where they want to stay. And so I'm not trying to put this off all on the locals, and I know it sounds that way, but it's just that the state doesn't have the granularity to see what the specific problems are the way that schools might, and be able to address those.
Absolutely. Well, I think that the same things, it's just scaffolded in that our teachers of color feel that isolation, that limited support, that mentorship. And so what are we doing to close those gaps for those teachers of color? I would ask that you guys kind of take that in consideration moving forward. I know at UNCP Higher Ed, we've looked at some of the state data and actually applied that to our recruitment plans.
Sure.
To recruit and retain teachers of color. So we have looked at that data, and we've looked at different ways to kind of grow our own communities from that perspective.
Oh, and I totally agree with you that, so from the state perspective, we're going to try to shore up those processes or the beginning teacher support program. So all teachers, all early career teachers feel better supported, have better models for how to teach, and are supported in a number of different ways. But from our perspective, that's for all early career teachers. And once you've got those better supports in place from the state perspective and in the state policy, what I'm suggesting is if a local school is seeing this, we're still not retaining our minority teachers to the level. What are the local issues that may be addressing that, and how can we change and how can we do better? But at the state level, we've got to provide the context and the policy environment to raise the experience for all beginning teachers. And then it gets more differentiated. And our hope and our belief is that will raise those retention rates for minority candidates as well, educators as well. But how a district specifically targets their response to minority educators, they would be in a better position to understand the context that may be contributing to that above and beyond the improved beginning teacher support.
If I could add to that, I think what would be very helpful and useful at the local level, and I don't know the extent to which this occurs, probably more than I hope more often than not, is when any teacher, but let's stay on the teacher of color for a minute, when that person decides to leave the job, it's important that HR collects some information through what is called that exit interview. And if the teacher is candid and feels candid enough to say, I just didn't feel supported, or the principal was never available, or whatever, the exit, whatever the comment might be, that's where that HR office can get really down to the granularity and have conversations with principals and look at professional development or a strong mentoring program to cause those teachers to want to stay. The other question, Dr. Tomberlin, that I have also, if I could ask another question, Chair Lady, is with regard to that alternative license pathway. Do you think the teachers who decide at the 5th year, oh, I don't like this job, I want to be a teacher, do you think it's because perhaps early on they really never thought about teaching as a profession? They're still in a state of career flux?
That is highly likely. Or, I would extend that even further out. There's lots of research on the I don't know if Gen Z, I don't know what you refer to them as, but this new crop of 20-year-olds that are entering the marketplace, they have a very different orientation towards career than folks my age or older have. Folks my age thought, what am I going to do for the next 30 years? Younger folks seem to be, what am I going to do for the next 5 years? And then I want to do something different. And then I want to go explore something different. So there may be that in just the mentality of it. And I think one of the ways that we're really trying to address that problem is through programs like ATR, where teachers, there is a career pathway that offers you different experiences. Working with kids is great, but being a teacher for 30 years may not be what somebody wants to do, but they like working with kids, so they don't want to be an administrator. Are there other roles that we can create within the teaching profession itself that recognize excellence and give different experiences and give leadership opportunities to folks, so that they don't have to change careers to change their career trajectory? And I think that's an important difference that
absolutely
the state is trying to address. I want to go back really quickly to Dr. Locklear, if I may. One thing she brought up, and Dr. Oxendine referenced those exit interviews, and those are important data sources. But I do want to say that with the teacher working conditions survey this last year, the NCDPI asked teachers to indicate voluntarily, if they chose to do it, their race, their gender, and their years of experience when filling this out. And an overwhelming percentage of folks did that. I was skeptical that people would do that because of the risk of maybe identification, but people did it. And so districts can now disaggregate those working conditions by a number of different variables to see if early career minority teachers are answering the questions about the school's working conditions differently than other populations. And I think that's going to be enormously helpful for districts to understand the particular challenges or ways they might need to address the working environment of these teachers moving forward. Well, I said at schools, it's really at the district level. They can only see it at the district level because we don't want anybody individually identified. But if a district knows that early career African American or early career Native American teachers are experiencing the schools differently, that's really important information that the districts would then have to try to address these concerns.
Dr. Tomberlin, I just put something in the chat, and I may be incorrect. Maybe we already do this, but do we disaggregate TWSCS by years of experience?
Historically, we have not, because we've never asked the question. So
that would be good.
Always ruled the day. But in this past year, Dr. Korn made it optional that people could identify. And I think somewhere around 90% of people went ahead and identified.
That would be so good.
Yeah, we do have that data, and she's working with districts on how to do that disaggregation and really look at your data across different types of teacher demographics.
Yeah, that would be great.
Exciting.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tomlin. I just have one other thing I want to add. You know, all the time we do these exit surveys, right? And I just attended a conference and we talked about doing a survey of why teachers stay. So why do teachers stay? Begin to think about that. And again, I think recruitment efforts are the responsibility of all of us. I understand that our local schools must address their demographics and needs, but as an umbrella to those local school districts, it's important for DPI to acknowledge that as well and potentially come up with some ways to continue to recruit and retain and increase the academic achievement of our students. So thank you for sharing with us today. We hope that you will carry our voice back and advocate on behalf of SACE. So again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Let me get back to my agenda. Next we have on our agenda our very own Mr. Greg Richardson, the Director of the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Richardson, for joining us, and we are over. So thank you for staying with us throughout this time. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. I am so pleased that I have this opportunity to update SACE on some of the activities of the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs at your meetings. We, of course, thoroughly support the work that you do, and we want to do everything that we can to enhance that work. I was interesting conversation and presentation by Dr. Tomlinson earlier here, and my thought went to exactly the program that we administer, the workforce program, because it provides some opportunities for us to send students to school. And my thought there is maybe we need to start putting more of a priority on education as we recruit students into that program or participants in that program, so that we can potentially provide some, some newfound talent in terms of folks going into the education profession. We can enter our students into a community college program. Of course, they can go from there in a transfer program over to a college and you get their education. So we're operating right in the Indian communities. So I will be having some discussions with our staff and our tribes that also administers this program, because I think if we reflect back on history, our people, American Indian people, were very active in terms of going into the teaching profession many, many years ago. And Pembroke College, Pembroke Indian Normal School set the stage for that. So we've got that history here in North Carolina. So I think that we all have something we can build on through that. I know my first grade teacher was Leela Jane Clark from Robertson County up at the Holloway Indian School. And she was a product of that training through Pembroke many years ago. So my hat is off to all the work that you all do. And please know that we support you, Dr. Locklear, Dr. Oxendine, Dr. Olivia Oxendine. We're just so pleased that we have your talent on the Board of Education to be there, to be our voice, to look out for us. So I can't say enough in terms of how much you appreciate it in terms of being in that seat. And we hope that you're going to continue to be in that seat there at the State Board of Education. Dr. Locklear, Dr. Leslie Locklear, we are just so pleased to see that you are there. in your seat at DPI now and serving in a capacity that for many years was left kind of open. Betty Mangum was there years ago, Olivia, you know, and we hated so much to see that that position go away years ago. And it's so much needed because we have a large American Indian population in our state. And we're so pleased to see, you know, Dr. Susan Silver there, one of our own, Hiawassee Pony serving there too. We're just so proud of all of you. So Dr. Locklear, you and the SACE team, you know, you're making a big difference in this state. And being that I get around a lot to other meetings in the country and have an opportunity to talk about what is happening in North Carolina, some of the organizations and some of the tribes are just amazed at what we have here in North Carolina. And I always invite them to go to the DPI website and look at the education report that is generated. And they just think, well, how in the world were you all able to do that? So we are, I guess, taking the lead in the state in terms of education. And there are other people who have their eyes on us and they're trying to do what we're doing here. In fact, I'll be presenting in a week or so at a meeting up in Massachusetts. And that is one of the things that they want to hear about, how we're collaborating and partnering with educational institutions, with health institutions, with workforce institutions, our universities and colleges. So just wanted to kind of set the stage with those comments this morning. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I may or may not stick to the point of the PowerPoint, but it is there for a guide. And so I'll proceed at this point to go through the PowerPoint. So bringing you greetings from Chairman Ricky Burnett of the Commission of Indian Affairs and our own Secretary Pam Cashwell here at the Department of Administration. You all know she's the only American Indian cabinet member that we have in our state, first female here at DOA. So we're just so appreciative and proud that we have her in that seat. Next slide. So you can go ahead, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the membership of the commission, because I know we have some new SACE members and we might have some guests listening in today. So I always like to talk about the membership of the Commission of Indian Affairs and how the membership is arrived at. So tribes are elected or appointed to the commission by the tribes, and they elect their own members to the commission or appoint their members to the commission under rules that are developed by each tribe. And that is significantly different from some other states in the union that have an Indian Affairs office at the state level, whereas in some of those cases, not all, the commission members are appointed by governor or the legislature. So the tribes have very little input in terms of how those people get to be seated around the table and to discuss Indian policy in their states. Next slide. We also have in our state urban Indian associations that hold membership on our commission. That is because the authors of our legislation back in 1971 felt that our urban Indians should have a voice. And that was because we had a movement in our country during the 50s and 60s where American Indians were moving to urban areas for a better life, for education, for jobs, and those kind of things. So for that reason, now in 2024, we have American Indian communities in these urban communities, and we have 4 of them serving on our commission. Next slide. So that is also distinctly different from a lot of other states. And of course, here's a snapshot, a portrait of our state, and you can see where the majority of our tribes and communities are. People tend to think that in some cases, all of our tribes are no longer in existence when they're not engaged with our work or Indian affairs. And I always like to showcase this map because it does give you a good snapshot of where we're located in our state. That map is also picked up in a lot of other areas. I see it in other publications often because people want the public to know where we are, what tribes exist in North Carolina. We are still here and very viable in our state. Next slide. And I always like to talk a little bit about our staffing and our programs here at the Commission. We have 43 staff, and you have there, our administrative, housing program, domestic violence, workforce development program, low-income energy, Indian child welfare, tobacco survey, and our state recognition staffing. I wanted to say a little something about this because we are now in a mode where we're going to be expanding. We're getting some new grants coming on board. We have in play today and Monday a contract with the U.S. Department of USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, where we're going to be moving in a direction of being able to be housing packages where we can provide assistance in terms of folks who want to apply for a home loan or apply for rehabilitation work to maybe do some rehab work on an existing house. We have a goal now to set out to provide that type of assistance to increase ability of our folks to be able to get a home loan. And also a tobacco program, which is a program designed to look at the impact of smoking. We don't hear that much about smoking these days, but the long-term impact of smoking has left people with some health issues that are still out there that need to be addressed. So we're able to get some funding. It's CDC funding. It's passed through funding from the Department of Health and Human Services. And we're this week waiting for the contract for that to be released. Next slide. And this is, again, the tobacco program and the U.S. Department of Home Loan Packaging Program that I was referring to. Next slide. The State Advisory Council, as you all know, but maybe some of the audience may not know, and new members may not fully know the significance of the State Advisory Council in terms of it being legislative in our state. So it is the law in North Carolina that we have a State Advisory Council on Indian Affairs, and then we have an entity that's going to look at the Indian education and education issues that are part of this body. And the state board, of course, the board that Olivia sits on, appoints those members upon receiving recommendations from the Commission of Indian Affairs. And so we're there just to assist with that process and to assist with the collection of individuals who are qualified, who serve as parents or educators in our state along the lines of what the legislation and the rules rather require to select those members or get people to apply for appointment or be considered for appointment to the State Advisory Council. So I wanted to share a little bit about that. Next slide. We have some vacancies coming up on, as you've already heard, and you're going to hear more about that. I wanted to say hearty thank you for the people who served in this capacity and who have assisted with the policy issues and efforts moving forward with SACE. During this term, you all know that there was an effort to get a position established at SACE, at the Department of Public Instruction, and that's the position that Dr. Locklear is in. So over the past 24 months, 2 years or so, there's been a concentrated effort put in place to make that happen. And I just wanted to say something about the people who played a role in that. And certainly you all as SACE members, you all as tribal leaders, you all as supporters in the community and Indian educators, you certainly helped us lay the groundwork for that. And that's just so important. So those who are going to be returning, and I know we have several members who are going to be returning in 2025, looking forward to working with them. The Commission's effort now mentioned how the SACE members are appointed. We are now engaging in that process. So we're going to be asking, we're going to be sending out notices to all the communities, asking folks to then submit nominations, submit an application, to submit the package for appointment to the SACE. And that's work that's going to be done this quarter. So the Commission will meet in December And our hope and our desire is to have those recommendations ready for you all and ready to be sent over to DPI or the Department of Public Instruction and the state board after our December meeting. And this puts us in a great place in terms of having the names in place before before June 30, 2025, and leading up to State Board of Education meetings in early 2025. So I just wanted to kind of explain the process a little bit in terms of how the SACE members come to be and who is engaged in that process. Next slide. So this is kind of what I was getting to here. We have a legislative agenda at the Commission of Indian Affairs, and we are now in this quarter leading up to December for our December commission meeting. So we're on that track now, to basically look at what new legislation we might need to have going forward. So today I wanted to recommend, I see I've got a typo there. So for the educators in the room, I am sorry for that. But I wanted to just recommend today that you think about any items that you might want to put on the Commission's legislative agenda so that we'll be in a position in December to gavel down our 2025 26 legislative agenda. So going back several years ago, this is how the position at DPI that Dr. Locklear is in now, discussion started at this level and then roll forward to DPI and then roll forward to our legislators and representatives over at the legislature who helped us get this bill through and the position funded. So that is something you might want to think about today. I'm sure there are other issues out there that are legislatively related that relate to education. So we need your help pretty quick now in terms of deciding if there's something that SACE would want to put forth on the 25-26 legislative agenda for the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. And you already know that Ms. Dorothy Yates is your representative, and she serves as chair of our education committee. And I can tell you, she is very active. That's a very active committee, and they get a lot of work done as far as Indian education. So we're very proud of her. Wanted to also mention something about perhaps a directory of Indian education programs in North Carolina. So my thoughts were theirs to kind of a recommendation along those lines to include the names of the education program coordinators across the state, the county, the city, the email address, and the phone number of each of the program coordinators. Now, I said all that to say that I know that there's information at DPI that lists the programs, but as you know, names of the coordinators change periodically, email addresses change. So we need some way to keep a database up relating to the Indian Ed programs in North Carolina. Now, why is that important? As we write grants here at the Commission and tribes engage in writing grants, oftentimes we will try something that's related to education. And we might need to coordinate or contact, say, the Indian Ed coordinator for Johnston County, Indian Ed coordinator for Guilford County. And some of these we know right offhand because we work with them on other projects. So Stephen Bell is not a person that we have a problem with or any problems contacting him because he's so involved in the Indian Affairs work. In some other instances, though, the example would be like a call I received from Scotland County recently, where a citizen there was trying to locate the Indian Ed coordinator for Scotland County. So we went back and forth for quite a while before we could find that person. So the other issue is oftentimes the county as a government rather will have an individual there who is maybe the grants person for all grant programs in the county, and Indian Ed falls under that person, but that person is not always the Ed program coordinator. And so there lies kind of the issue. So wanted to kind of put that out there as a recommendation to that. Next slide. Also, in the past years, we've had a lot of discussion at the commission level about the textbook commission and having appointments, American Indians on that textbook commission. And so you'll see here from this excerpt from the textbook commission website, Mrs. Shannon Braybor, her term, according to what's posted currently, ends in 2025. So I wanted to just get that before you all as an example of something we need to be working on now, because, you know, we want to keep her there, I would hope. And so there's going to be a process needed to make sure that the right phone calls are made, the letters of recommendations are put in place, and that we know that she's willing to continue serving. There also could be other opportunities, maybe for other Indian educators to serve on the textbook commission. So in the past, there's been some issues related to the textbooks that are approved by the textbook commission, whether the information in the books were relevant to for American Indians or whether they included correct information. And so we've received over the years some complaints that certain books were not really representative of our population. We received information that some of the textbooks only included information about the Western tribes. And so all of these things kind of puts us in a position where we have to be stronger advocates and make sure that we have people from our tribes on the textbook commission. And that is, of course, a political process, and we have to, you know, engage in that process. And pretty quick now, if we're going to start nominating or recommending people for the for next year when vacancies occur on the textbook commission. So off of that, today is a recommendation as well. Next slide. A few announcements that I want to make you aware of, some of you, because of your engagement with the Indian communities. The North Carolina Senior Citizen Coalition Conference is coming up November the 8th. That will be held down at the Sampson Expo Center in Clinton, North Carolina. The Indian Heritage Month celebrations, November 23rd here in Raleigh. It's sponsored by the North Carolina Museum of History. There are some changes this year in terms of the setup for the Indian Heritage Month celebration, because the Museum of History is under construction. So I'd recommend going to the Cultural Resources website to get the schedule and where events will be held. I think some of the events will be in different buildings right downtown. And so the best thing for us to know and to pass along to others is that to go to the website and see what's going on there. Our next commission meeting is December the 6th, and we haven't set a location on that one yet, but the things I've talked about before and the recommendations and the legislative agenda, we'll need to act quickly if we're going to place something or request something to be included on our legislative agenda. Tony Hayes is chairman of the legislative committee. And if anyone would like to discuss the legislative agenda process, I'll be happy to speak with them or put them in touch with Mr. Hayes. So it's simple, a pretty simple process. Any items for the legislative agenda will spring from in this case, the Indian Education Community or SACE, and then they can come from tribal leaders, and they should be sent to the legislative committee for consideration. The Indian Unity Conference will be held March 6th through 8th next year at the Corey Convention Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. And I know that you as Indian educators have been a part of that over the years. You've had your report presented during the conference on numerous occasions. I know that you've had some workshops held during the Unity Conference, and I know that there's been some booths displayed at previous conventions or conferences. So now is the time to start thinking about that. And the reference point in terms of any of those activities or needs, you would go to the United Tribes of North Carolina.org website, and the information there would be included there in terms of the workshops and other things. So if SACY would like to present in terms of a workshop at the Unity Conference, look for an announcement to be coming out within the next 2 weeks about the workshops. So there will be an electronic process where the workshops can be submitted electronically to the United Tribes and considered. Next slide. I wanted to let you know that we have moved. We're in a new location now, not far from where we were, right up from the Department of Public Instruction. Our old building just went down this week. It is totally on the ground, and we are next door now in the Albemarle building. We keep the same address that you see there on the screen, and we also retain the same email address and phone numbers. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, Dr. Locklear, and I'll yield at this point. If you have any questions, anyone else have any concerns, recommendations, you can either just maybe announce them now, or you can just email me, Dr. Locklear, whatever the preference might be.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Are there any questions for Mr. Richardson?
Mr. Richardson, I have a quick question. I just wanted to know if has the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs received a report from anyone on the textbook commission about any changes or anything related to the American Indian population in the context of textbooks?
We have not received reports. The indications that I mentioned earlier came from, in some cases, Indian educators who had seen some of the books that have been approved by the Textbook Commission. And I know at least 2 commission members have raised questions, and this has been consistent questions over time. But to answer your question, we're not receiving any reports from the Textbook Commission.
Thank you.
Dr. Locklear, I had one other announcement, and you're aware of this. University of North Carolina now accepting proposals for the Southeastern Studies Conference, which is coming up in March, I believe it is. This is the 20th annual Southeastern Native American Studies Conference, and Dr. Lawrence Locklear is leading that process. So if anyone has any questions about that, zip an email over to him, and hopefully we'll have some folks that are submitting proposals for that effort as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for, and I think Dr. Alstonine also said it in the chat, for reminding us about the appointment to the Textbook Commission and the process of that. All your announcements are always appreciated and help us stay updated. So we thank you for your outstanding initiatives on behalf of the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs, to include that grant writing. You continue to make a significant impact on our communities, and you are much appreciated. Thank you for all your support to and for SACY.
Thank you so much.
Next on our agenda, we do have we're a little over time. We do have a break. I'm happy to just continue. I know Dr. Day is here with us. I'm happy to continue. If there is anyone opposed to us just moving forward in our agenda, please speak up. If not, by affirmation, we will just continue through our agenda. All right, thank you all. So next on our agenda, we have Dr. Christy Day, who is the NCDPI Director of the Office of Academic Standards. She is joining us today to offer updates on healthful living and arts. Welcome, Dr. Day.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. So I'm going to just give you some updates. I'm excited to be here with you on some of the standards work that's been going on, as well as the Holocaust Education Act. I've got that towards the end. So we can go ahead and get started with the next slide. Anytime we talk about standards, I always kind of start with the difference between standards, curriculum, and instruction. Curriculum and instruction happens on a local level. So those textbooks that are adopted, lesson plans that are created, those classroom assessments, tasks, all of those things, and the type of way that teachers deliver that curriculum is always on a local level. So we're going to slide over, and today we're going to talk about the standards because those are what is created and implemented from the state level. And standards define what students should know and be able to do by the end of the grade or course or proficiency level, depending on the content area that you're talking about. And they are meant to be a uniform set of learning standards for all public schools in North Carolina. And you can see over here on the side just a list of the standard courses of study for North Carolina. Most of those live within the Office of Academic Standards, with the exception of just a few, with the digital learning standards, and then CTE and computer science live outside, but all the rest sit within the Office of Academic Standards. So on the next slide, just a reminder that we do have a policy, SUS 012. The state board has a policy around the standards, and that states that we are to review and revise standards every 5 to 7 years, and that they are built on 4 guiding principles: feedback-based, which we send out lots of surveys that we make sure that SACE is aware of as we send those out. One actually went out last week or week before for math, and I've got that linked in here for you all. To give feedback, research informed, improvement oriented, and then process driven. So those are kind of our pillars that we use to guide the standards review and revision. Also within the policy, we built a 10-year timeline, and recently the state board approved that 10-year timeline. I just put it here for your reference so you are aware of what comes and when. So it is broken down by the different pieces of that review and revision. So which ones are in review, revision, installation, and then the initial implementation. That's the year the standards go live. That's the year that the standards are actually being taught in the classroom. So this slide and the next slide lay out that 10-year timeline. As you are probably aware, we got off on that 5 to 7 year timeline for a number of different reasons. We just did not stick to that. And so this is to help that not happen again. So districts are not implementing and installing multiple standards at a time. That tends to be a lot for them. I just wanted to give you that for your reference. We also have an internal procedures manual that outlines our process when reviewing and revising standards. It was approved by the state board in February 2022, and then we updated it in 2023. And the purpose is just to lay out the process. And I've got it linked here on the image over to the right, and it just gives you all the details. If you want to see an example of the surveys that are sent out, step by step, what happens internally and externally, that's the place to go. And this is implemented for every content area. It does not matter if it's social studies or science or math or world languages, it's implemented across the board. That's just a review of our timeline. We do review, which takes a year, do revision, that takes a year, and then implementation is kind of separated into a number of different phases, sub-phases, I guess. Installation is a year. So from the time we start review to the time that those standards are implemented, it is typically a 3-year process. So districts and teachers and parents are aware of this change coming for 3 years before it actually takes place. So there is time to prepare for those changes. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a couple updates. I'm going to go quickly through a few of them that you've probably heard before on where we are with multiple different content areas. I'll start with science. Science, we are in the first year of initial implementation. So on the next slide, you'll kind of see those major changes that took place with science. Basically, the content stayed the same. There was a little bit of movement, but it was the embedding of the scientific and engineering practices. So the purpose of that was so that students were doing more science, not watching their teachers do the science, but they were actually hands-on doing the science. And then we've also linked our hub. We have an external implementation guide where all of our content areas have a one-stop shop for all of those standards supported resources. We've heard that our website can be a little frustrating at times to navigate all the clicks to get to what you need. So we've created these hubs. And that new assessment is operational this year. In the past, sometimes there was a gap between when we were teaching standards and assessing those standards, and that is not the case anymore. We've been able to build a timeline to where accountability builds their assessments and implements those assessments in the first year of implementation. Next, we have the student success standards. These are formerly the guidance essential standards. We shifted that language to really describe what we want those standards to do, and that is to help students succeed in school and in life. Data review committee that were put together by our school counseling consultant, they looked at feedback and data, and it was suggested or recommended that we adopt the American School Counselor Association mindsets and behaviors. So we didn't adopt all the ancillary materials that comes along with ASCA. What we did was we just adopted the mindsets and behaviors, very similar to what we had before in guidance and what the data was telling us in that feedback. So those were adopted and they will be implemented next year. Next, we have healthful living. Within healthful living, there are two content areas. There's health education and physical education. The board approved those standards in June of 2024 to be implemented in 25-26. Some major changes, some of the standards and objectives were eliminated because there was some duplication. We wanted to make sure there was stronger alignment. These standards had not been revised since 2011. So we wanted to make sure that we were clarifying and making sure that everything was up to date with current research and those types of things. And one of the other major changes with physical education is that grades 6 through 8 went into a band. So those standards are the same for that 6 through 8 to give them time to build those skills throughout that 6 through 8 time period. Next, we have the arts. The arts has 4 content areas within it: dance, music, theater arts, and visual arts. Those were approved by the board in July. They'll be implemented next year. Some major changes, they created common strands with connect, present, create, and respond based on each of those 4 content areas. So you will see all 4 in any of those areas. They also created a technical theater for students that were interested in more the behind the scenes work, lighting, costume design, those types of things, as opposed to actually performing. And then vocal and instrumental music really focuses in on a higher level of students that are taking maybe a higher level chorus or some sort of higher level instrumental type of course. And then they went proficiency based in the secondary courses to make sure that students could keep moving throughout their trajectory and reach higher levels within those standards. Next, we have world languages. We have 18 different languages that are taught in North Carolina Public Schools, but we do not have 18 different standard courses of study for each of those languages. It is one set of standards that are proficiency-based, not language-specific, and they overlay on top of whatever language is being taught. They are proficiency-based standards. We were, back in 2011, we were one of the first states in the country to do that with world languages, and the feedback said that they would like to stay proficiency-based. And so a couple of changes, they reordered some of the standards, they combined to make it a little easier for usage. And then they added a level of proficiency advanced high for those students that were speaking maybe in their native language or whatever it may be, so that they could kind of push a little bit higher within those proficiency levels and not be kind of capped at what we had before. And then next we have English language arts, which is actually right now in process. We will have draft 1 to the state board for just an FYI. They do not approve until we get to draft 3, but as FYI, draft 1 will go in December, and then that is when we will release for feedback on draft 1, and we will make sure that you all receive those surveys. These standards would not be implemented until 26-27. We're A little aware, I would say we're in the middle of the process. We've reviewed them, and now we are starting on draft 1, and then there will be a draft 2. And we hope by the spring of 2025, we will have a draft 3 for the state board to take a look at and approve. Math is at the very beginning of their work. A survey was just released last week, and I've linked 2 surveys there for you. If you're interested in sharing or to actually give us feedback, we would love that. One is an overview of an overall overview feedback. So if you do not want to go in and do objective by objective, standard by standard, it is a long survey. You can give this overview, and it kind of asks, are they vertically aligned? Are they free of bias? Those types of questions. You're welcome to go into that survey. If you want to get very specific and give feedback maybe on 8th grade, a certain strand, you can go into that standard by standard and find those objectives and find those standards and give us feedback on those. You're welcome to take the entire survey if you'd like, but it is not required. You can go to the parts and pieces that you are most interested in giving feedback if you'd like. These standards would not come to the board until spring of 2026 for approval. We would ask for permission to just revise. So we would go through the revision process, the review process this year in spring of 2025. So again, very beginning of that work for math. And then I wanted to give some updates on the Gisela Abramson Holocaust Education Act, which was a part of legislation a few years ago that gave very specific tasks to DPI. And on the next slide, I believe, yes, it just gives us what I did is I broke down the legislation, and then we're going to talk about what we did in response to that legislation. So the General Assembly found it was very important that the knowledge of the Holocaust be provided to students as a fundamental understanding. And so they wrote some specific language that you'll see on this very next slide. On what we will do. The state board shall. The first part was to review the middle school and high school standard courses of study. And so on the next slide, that's going to show you what we did. The social studies team, in consultation and in collaboration with the English language arts team, reviewed those standard courses of study, and they identified standards and objectives where Holocaust and genocide education is appropriate. And I will show you in a minute where those resources are so that you can review them. But it's not just Holocaust education, it's also around genocide studies as well. On the next slide, we were also given the task of consulting with the Council on Holocaust Education and the North Carolina Center for Advancement of Teaching, NCAT, to integrate into English social studies and other courses as appropriate education on Holocaust and genocide. So on the next slide, the teams created 14 text sets that, there you go, 14 text sets for English language arts that can be implemented in the classroom. They actually worked with the Council, NCAT, and the United States Holocaust Museum around those resources. They curated a list of vetted social studies resources, and then they've worked with 2 History Unfolded and Macmatic videos to give some curriculum resources that teachers could use if they wanted to. They would not have to, but if they would like to. On the next slide, I know we talked about the difference between standards, curriculum, and instruction. I said we were going to stick with standards, but in this particular case, which is rare, we were given the task of developing a curriculum for a Holocaust studies elective that would be offered in middle school and high schools. And so on the next slide, we worked with the Council and NCAT, and the course was released last month. There will also be professional development that NCAT will be offering. And this is not intended to replace any local electives that may already be in play or that you've already, that districts have, but to give districts another choice in that. And so there's a full curriculum based on a framework that has been created for districts that would like to use this course. And so I believe it's on the next slide where you will see some resources. Oh, no, not yet. So this is our Office of Academic Standards layout. We've got 4 different areas with lots of different content areas that fall within those: dual language immersion, multilingual learners. Healthy Schools has your non-academic, school counseling, school social worker, social workers and such there. I just want to kind of lay out how we were set up. And then here are our resources. The very first one is our standards webpage. We put updates on where we are in the standards review and revision process on an accordion. We have a listserv sign up. Next to the statewide supports and the external implementation hub are resources that we recently released from our office. And then the last two would be the Holocaust Council website, where there are some resources there. And then the elective course is down there at the bottom for your review.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Are there any questions at this time for Dr. Day?
Here, Lady Locklear, this is Olivia.
Please proceed.
Good to see you, Dr. Day, in a different meeting.
Yep.
I just want to throw out this idea as I was listening to your presentation, the area around science, the standards for science. And I think remind me, where are we? We've just adopted those standards, maybe?
This year they are being implemented. So this is the first year
Okay,
teachers are teaching them.
So I'm thinking about tying to Native Americans. I'm thinking about a way. We have an American Indian professor, I think he's full professor at Duke University, Dr. Ryan Emanuel, who has done some tremendous research around indigenous communities, rivers and swamps in North Carolina, and has published a book. And he's kind of on I suppose, like a little speaking tour of the book. I heard his presentation here in Southern Pines about 6 weeks ago at a bookstore. I wonder if there's a way we could connect Dr. Emanuel to the science group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they would love to connect.
I mean, I don't want to speak for Dr. Emanuel. He'd have to make that choice.
Yeah. Yeah, we would be happy to. That would be fantastic if we could connect with him. I'm sure the science team would love that.
Absolutely. Even though the standards are in place, maybe there's still a way his research can roll into, something. It could be, I don't know, you're the expert. You could figure that out.
There's a number of different things. They could do some professional development with him. They could do a resource with him. A number of different things that they could explore. It's a fascinating book. It's not all, it's scientific, but it's also narrative. It's story-like. So yeah, that would be great. If he was interested, we are definitely on board. So Dr. Leslie, you might want to pick up on that and begin making that connection.
Me, Jimmy George.
That was
Thank
my
you.
question.
Yep, thank you for sharing that insight, Dr. Oxenine. Great insight indeed. Dr. Day, I do want to thank you guys for your partnership and collaboration. You guys have consistently, and the science folks have reached out to SACE for the opportunity to contribute feedback. And so we appreciate you allowing our voices to be heard and the opportunity to contribute to the work moving forward. So thank you for your dedication and showing SACE or being involved with SACE. The work is crucial. Thank you indeed.
We appreciate your collaboration, and we will continue to send you any opportunities. We welcome that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Day. At this time, we will do a 5-minute break for those. I did want to be considerate of Dr. Day's time. At this time, we'll do a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and continue with the meeting. So if everybody will return, we'll just say 12:10, it's 12:04. If everyone will return at 12:10, we will continue in our agenda. Thank you.
leave your message for 905362033.
At this time, we will reconvene the meeting. If everyone would just type in the chat that they are here and ready to proceed, we will begin. Again, welcome back, everyone. As you are entering, please just let us know that you're back and here, and we'll proceed with the meeting. Thank you all who've already said you're here. Okay, thank you all. All right, Dr. Leslie, looks like we are ready to proceed. At this time, we welcome our American Indian Director, Dr. Leslie Locklear, who will be sharing her vision for the state level Indian education position. You have the floor, Dr. Leslie Locklear.
All right. Thank you, Chairwoman. So good afternoon, everyone. And I hope that you all are staying safe in this nasty weather that we are having today, particularly here in Hope County. So hopefully things get better. So while I would have loved to see everyone in person for our first meeting of the year, I appreciate the ability to transition quickly to a safer option for us all. So my name is Dr. Leslie Locklear, and I joined the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction as the American Indian Education Director earlier this year. And today I'm excited to share with you what has been my journey so far and also my vision for American Indian education for the state of North Carolina moving forward. So before I begin, it is important to situate myself in who I am in the context of this work and the field of education. I am an enrolled member of the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina, and I am maternally connected to the Waccamaw, Siouan, and Coharie tribes of North Carolina. I was born, raised, and currently reside in Hope County, and I'm a product of the Hope County Public School System. I received a bachelor's degree in elementary education from UNC Chapel Hill and was sure I would spend the rest of my life as a second grade teacher after moving back home. My journey took a different route when I decided to pursue a master's degree in professional school counseling. And then following that, I transitioned to Greensboro, North Carolina, where I pursued a PhD in educational studies and cultural foundations at UNC Greensboro. I will say that it was here that I was able to explore the ins and outs of education, educational history, the sociology of education, and the impact on the American Indian education. My dissertation explored Lumbee tribal students' experiences in the K-12 educational system and showed the value in place-based identity, finding their place in the educational system, and the value of relationships with Native and non-Natives within the school, although they often attended underfunded and under-resourced schools. Lastly, in my free time, my passion work involves serving as the co-advisor for the North Carolina Native American Youth Organization. This organization shaped me as a leader, and I'm honored to be able to serve the American Indian youth through this organization. Now, I would like to share with you my journey thus far. So I began my time here at NCDPI on July 29th, which is just 2 days shy of 2 full months in this new role. I've spent an extensive amount of time fostering relationships with stakeholders in and outside of NCDPI. I want to say thank you to Candace Revels for inviting me to attend the Cumberland County Indian Education Welcome Back event, Stephen Bell for inviting me to attend the Guilford Indian Education Day, which took place before the Guilford Native Powwow, and Dr. Connie Locklear for the invitation to attend the Robeson County Indian Education Scholarship Night. The opportunity to attend such events again shows the hard work that is being put forth to support American Indian students and families in North Carolina. I also had the opportunity to attend both the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs Education Committee meeting, as well as the quarterly meeting that was held in Pembroke. And I would be remiss if I did not take the time here to say thank you to Dr. Susan Silva, Consuela Richardson, and Kelly Briggs, who not only provided me with extensive transition documents and information, but have taken their time to walk me through everything related to SACE. I've also had the chance to spend some time in discussion with the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources regarding their initiatives surrounding American Indian education. When I first arrived at NCDPI, I immediately began diving into the data regarding American Indian student enrollment across the state, achievement data, and previous SACE reports. This data has and continues to provide insight into areas where we can work together to support American Indian education. I've also spent an extensive amount of time building relationships within NCDPI. Whether it's working with accountability on data or discussing Title VI grants with federal programs, the NCDPI teams have been excited to discuss what we can do as a team to support the American Indian student population and have been receptive to concerns or changes. For example, as NCDPI pilots a new student information system, Cumberland County opted into the pilot. And again, Ms. Candace Revels noticed a problem and an issue with identifying our students in the system. And please notice I'm saying our students to identify our American Indian students. I've been able to take her concern to the team and working on this project, who's currently working to remedy this issue to hopefully ensure that with the full rollout of the new student information system, there will not be other issues for Title VI programs. Lastly, it has taken some time to get used to new processes and procedures. Despite the transition from one state agency to another, learning new processes always takes a bit of time. Now that you have a recap of kind of month 1 and month 2, I wanted to share what was next for year 1. I'm excited to kick off site visits this fall. We have already scheduled a visit to Columbus County for November, and I want to say thank you to Ms. Tamara Carter for assisting with that, and plan to visit another Sand as well as the Western region this fall. These visits will provide an opportunity for me to continue to build relationships with Title VI coordinators, as well as districts, and share updates and information from DPI. Soon, I hope to plan individual meetings with each Title VI program coordinator and director to discuss the uniqueness of their program, as well as what's going well in their area, and also where NCDPI can support. These discussions will wrap into a larger needs assessment I hope to conduct to learn more about the landscape of American Indian education across North Carolina. Of course, right now, I'm working with various teams in DPI on the 2025 SACE report that we are now ready to prepare now that we have the data from the previous academic year. I'm also working on the logistics for the 2025 SACE Summit. I've had the opportunity to attend the biannual summit quite a few times and have left with not only a wealth of knowledge, but a passion to continue this work. And of course, I will be reviewing data for the year to provide a goal and direction for our work and the future work of DPI as it relates to American Indian education. Following year 1, I feel as if I have a foundational understanding of American Indian education initiatives across the state, not only from Title VI programs, but also other initiatives within DPI. And I would love to work to develop a strategic plan for American Indian education in the state of North Carolina that identifies what is going well and what we plan to do to continue to support it, and also areas of growth and what we plan to do to transition those areas to success. A few other ideas that I would like to share that are not all my own ideas, but have been shared with me who have been in this world of American Indian education for many years include developing a PSU engagement model that encourages our PSUs to review their district level data annually as it relates to the American Indian student population, and develop intentional goals toward improving. I would also love to develop a Title VI collaboration model. Many of our Title VI programs meet or partner informally, but a dedicated space where programs can meet and share ideas, events, and problem solve together quarterly would be great. This would also serve as an onboarding and support for those that transition into the Title VI programs or leadership and are looking for support. I had the opportunity to join the Indigenous Education State Leaders Network, which consists of others across the nation in roles like mine at the state agencies, and was able to get some amazing ideas of the work that they are doing within their agencies. Part of that work included bolstering support around tribal consultation by developing a guidebook and providing professional development to school boards and school administrators. They also led work around developing parent committee guidebooks and training to encourage families and support. Title VI coordinators again began engaging with families and their communities in unique ways. They also provided extensive professional learning opportunities for educators. In my experience, educators want to include the stories of American Indian students in their classroom. They often are just not sure how to do it. I hope to provide training and practical examples of how they can do that every day. Lastly, and this goal is mirrored from the state of Montana, who has implemented Education for All, in which they have standards across the curriculum, and every student in their district will learn about American Indian culture and history. Of course, this is a long-term goal that requires policy changes, planning, professional development, funding, materials, curriculum mapping, integration, and continued support. But I imagine a North Carolina where every student learns about American Indians in a way that is place-based and meaningful. It is not lost on me that advocacy for this position came from a clear need to close the long-standing opportunity gap that our American Indian students face. While research gives us countless ways to address these gaps, we know that some of this work is already happening across the state and will take time to reap rewards. While many of the ideas presented here feed into the previous slide in the strategic plan, I wanted to share just a few ways in which I hope to work towards closing the gap and ensuring our American Indian students receive the best education. As previously mentioned, our educators are often our first line of defense in the K-12 system. I hope to expand the training opportunities made available to them that expand beyond one professional development session and instead provide continuous wraparound support as they integrate our culture and stories into the curriculum. While our Title VI programs do a great job with their parent committees, we know that we have hundreds of students across North Carolina who do not have access to a Title VI program. I hope to work with districts to ensure they are engaging American Indian families and tribal communities, whether they have one student in their district or 500. Of course, through this work and through data analysis, I hope to provide updates and information on data-driven intervention programs. We know that as practitioners, it is very difficult to keep up with what research suggests, and I hope to be able to provide that insight to Title VI coordinators and PSUs across the state to drive their programs to success. I want to encourage our American Indian communities to take advantage of early childhood education and provide access to resources and information early on. I also see a need for increased American Indian representation in the field of education. As mentioned earlier, I hope to create support for meaningful tribal consultation. And I have a passion for high school students and want to ensure they have access to pathways for higher education, career readiness, and that they're also developing strategies with districts to address attendance issues and dropout rates. For those of you that have completed any sort of research, you know that our voice and story is often missing, and I hope to be able to ensure we are a part of the research and policy advocacy at the state level. While these are all lofty goals, I want to end by saying thank you to this body of leaders for advocating for this position, and I am honored to be able to carry out this work. And I would love to hear any, I like to say, comments, concerns, and prayer requests.
Thank you for sharing your vision with us, Dr. Leslie. Dr. Leslie, it's certainly a breath of fresh air. It's nice to see your vision shared. Outstanding job indeed. Are there any questions or comments or prayers for Dr. Leslie that you would like to share at this time? We certainly have lots of congratulations and just positive vibes for you, Dr. Leslie, and we look forward to collaborating with you and working with you from the standpoint of safety. We're so excited about our breath of fresh air indeed, and the positivity that you bring to education. So thank you. At this time on our agenda, we have about 5 minutes before we welcome Dr. Katrine. So we do want to kind of get into some of the SACE Summit logistics, and we'll begin with the location. Dr. Leslie and I have been talking back and forth as it relates to the location, and we did take in consideration all the feedback from SACE. Dr. Leslie created an Excel document. She took that feedback, she reached out to facilities with our dates, and a lot of them were booked or there were renovations taking place. So we have had to choose another date based on facility availability. Right now, we can secure something at Campbell University for January the 22nd, which is on a Wednesday. Typically, we do have these meetings on Fridays. Again, we reached out to all these facilities for a location, and they were all booked for those 2 dates that we had. I think it was January 24th and January 31st. So we just couldn't get anything because everything was booked. So Dr. Alfred Bryant has been very helpful in offering Campbell University facilities to us for January the 22nd. Are there any comments, questions, any discussion?
Dr. Tiffany, I did just want to share that Dr. Bryant, from my understanding and conversation with him, and we would not incur any facilities costs. We would only incur the cost of catering. So again, this would also save on facilities costs, because it would be co-sponsored under Dr. Bryant's department.
Okay, great news. Thank you. So, since we have, we didn't availability inform that location change and that date change, and we would need a motion to move forward with that location and date. Again, that location being at Campbell University on January the 22nd, 2005, which is on a Wednesday.
I so move that we have our 2025 SACE Summit on January 22nd at Campbell University. This is Dorothy Yates.
This is Stephen Bell. I second that motion.
Any opposed? All right, we will affirm, Dr. Leslie. Thank you. We do have a couple more minutes. We did share a Google document for the sharing of a theme, speakers, honorees, and our breakout session presenters, and then any special guests that we would like to invite by SACE members. If you have not had a chance to look at this document, this planning document, please do so within the next couple of weeks, so that we can really begin to unfold our plans for the SACE Summit. Are there any questions concerning the Google document? Anything you guys would like to share? So of course, we definitely want to include the voice of SACE as we plan the SACE Summit. Again, I encourage you to bring your ideas to that document. We may want to consider a subcommittee in helping Dr. Leslie nail down the actual theme and speakers. Would anyone be willing to serve on a planning committee with Dr. Leslie? So again, we've shared several ideas throughout the document, and so we will need to solidify, one overarching theme. We will need to solidify those speakers and all of that. And we certainly don't want to do that in any type of isolation. We want to have the voices of our SACE members. Miss Candice Revel said she would serve on that planning committee, and Mr. Stephen Bell. Anyone else? Thank you guys for agreeing to serve. And we have someone that has, yeah, then we have another one, Miss Amanda Prescott. Thank you all. So Dr. Leslie, if you would like to just reach out with them again, using that Google document and proceeding with making some of these decisions, that will be great. Thank you all for agreeing to work on that planning committee and moving our SACE Summit forward. It's always a great event. It's always great to have educators in the building working toward one common goal. So thank you all. Our next presenter on our agenda is Ms. Coltrane from NCDPI. She's the Director of Advanced Learning and Gifted Education. Welcome, Ms. Coltrane.
Everybody, it's so great to be with you. It's been a while since I've been with SACE, but I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you for being here.
You all asked me to talk about are a couple of things, and if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen. And let me make sure I can, there we go. That work okay? Great. Excellent. So what y'all asked me to share about were two things. One were changes to the graduation requirements that we took to the board May, June. And so make sure your members, all of you, are aware of those. And also some updates with diploma endorsements, which are optional for students to earn, but we definitely want you to be informed. So the biggest change in the graduation requirements, and this would apply to all students, is starting in 26-27, they will have to take a course in the computer science area. There are lots of courses that will be offered, but they will have to take a course in computer science or some type of tech to help meet this legislative requirement. And as a result, the state board then reduced electives by 1 because we at this point are keeping the electives at the graduation requirements at 22. So if you're ever wondering about the actual requirements, you can go to the website. Is my screen still showing? Okay, great. Thanks. I'm not as familiar with Zoom. So here is where we have all of the requirements, and current students are in this first bucket. And so currently students have 4 English credits. They have 4 math credits, 3 science credits, 4 social studies credit, 1 health and PE credit, including CPR, and then 6 electives, 2 of which must be from CTE Arts or World Language. So what will happen is, and there's a note down here, so students starting in 26-27, so we still have a good couple of years to help our districts be ready. They will have that additional requirement of being in that field. And districts have been working with their CTE directors on looking at there's like over 50 or 60 courses districts could potentially choose from to offer to help students really ensure they are exposed to this growing field, because we want our students to have options when they graduate, right? And computer science, cybersecurity, et cetera, is such a growing field, and we want our students to better understand that. So that is the graduation requirement. Are there questions regarding that before I go on to the other one? I can't see the chats. Let me know if you see any. Okay. We good?
Yeah, we're good. I will let you know if there are
Okay,
any questions
great.
added to the chat.
Great. Thank you so much. I definitely want to make sure I answer any questions. The other piece the team asked me to share with are endorsements. So these are四that students can earn. And right now we have they're all optional. And we have four current seals. Well, 5. We have a world language seal. We have an academic scholars field, a careers field, a college, and a college UNC field. These are all options that students can earn through when they graduate. So now we have 2 additional ones. One is an arts proficiency endorsement. So if students have taken arts, are very proficient in it, as well as pursue it outside of school in any type of format, as that does need to be documented, they can earn that. The other piece is an option for students to earn a citizenship endorsement. Again, both of these were legislated, so I want to make that clear. And so that is still rolling out. We haven't yet made the test. I'll be quite frank with you. We're still working on that. But that will be where we'll take the immigration test and make a version of that for our students. If they want to do that and pursue that, they could do that. But again, these are options. Any questions?
Looks like we're still good. No questions in the chat as of now.
Is there anything else I can help you all with? Well, then I give you a few minutes back, unless there was anything else you wanted me to review or talk about with the group.
I do have a question or would like for you to. Hi, this is Consuela.
Yes, it's nice to see you.
Recently this week you presented on the North Carolina Connect. Is it too early to share that with other people?
No, I would be happy to share that program. Can you give me 1 minute to pull up that presentation? But we are so excited to share with you a new program that we're just unveiling. And I found the slides because we're doing lots of work with it. Now let me just share my screen. This is a brand new program that we are launching with the community college and UNC system. We are piloting this program, so it is definitely a new program, but with the intent of really thinking about how we can demystify the whole college access issues, right? So often children think that a college is not for them. And what we are trying to do is to really shift that mindset and help our students see that, yes, they can access college. So we launched, and thank you so much, Consuela, for this is a great group to share this with, a new program called North Carolina College Connect. And I will make sure I get the chair and the staff the brochure for this so they can send it out to you. But this program is a pilot where our goal is that students will not have to fill out an application for college with essays, with all their activities and recommendations, because so often some of the things that keep our students from applying are in fact, oh gosh, I don't have a lot of activities that maybe that college wants, or that thing, I can't write this perfect essay, right? It's this whole notion of you're not really sure how this happens. So we were able to work with our UNC system, and they agreed that we have created a simplified application with 3 questions, and you will not believe what they are. They are as simple as their email, when they want to come, and what do they want to study. That is it for students that have a 2.8 or above. So what that's going to mean is in the next 2 weeks, they're going to get a letter home. We just saw the proof of the letter yesterday. They're going to get a letter in their home mailbox if they have a 2.8 as of June 30th. Okay. And then they will get access to Elizabeth City State, Fayetteville State, UNC Asheville, UNC Greensboro, UNC Pembroke, or Winston-Salem State, and the community college of their geographic area with only a 3-question application. Then, if they meet UNC minimum requirements, which means they have that 4th math course, that 4th level math course, they're basically in. I mean, they have to answer a question about security and behavior and things, right? Like all kids have to do that. But this is like eliminating all the other barriers. And it's just super, super excited. And so they'll get this letter in the mail. That looks like on the right. Then they're also going to get a postcard. We're working with school districts. We just sent out the list today to every school district and charter school, so they know who the letters should have gone to, because we also know sometimes home addresses may not be accurate. We may have some students that do not have permanent housing and are transitional. And so we also want to provide the list in case that letter got, eaten by the dog or caught in the rain or whatever. So we're super excited that those lists have gone to the schools, and then they're going to work with students to claim their spot. And so they'll do it through their CFNC portal, and basically they'll go there and say, yeah, I want to apply. And all they will literally have to do is fill out a 3-question on their application. And you can see the Elizabeth City State one here. And we just looked at this the other day live, but it's literally their email, their what do you want to study and when do you want to come. And then the college will receive that file, that application, that short application, and then they will work with students like they do any other time, recruiting them, and hopefully they will accept that admission offer if they can meet those minimum requirements. It is just a super exciting opportunity for our students. If they apply during college application week, which is October 21st through the 27th, there will be no application fee, except for one of our schools. And so that's also exciting. Our goal is to really help our districts work with our students. So if they are interested, let's get them in here. That doesn't mean they're committing. This is not early decision. This is early application in a short form. So then that way their school can work with them and their college, and they can decide if they want to go later. But we really want to encourage our kids to apply. And of course, 3 of the 6 schools that are in the pilot are promise schools, which are, $500 a semester. So we're really excited about this option of really ensuring that our students will be able to see themselves as college-going students, because so often all of the ideas that we have in our head, right? Students have in their head, families have in their head, they may think, gosh, there's no way. Well, actually there is a way, and let us show you that way. We have all sorts of things that we're giving all of our communities a one pager, which will get you, but social media, graphics, PowerPoints, an FAQ for our schools to be informed. This is a partnership with the UNC system, ourselves, Gear Up, Community College, and some other college partners, college going access partners. And we're just, again, super, super excited about this. So what I would love for all of you to know is that really this idea is that we're rolling this out now to our districts. And because this is a pilot, definitely on a short timeline, by next year, we're hoping to really have things with a lot more, right? Timing and communication, but we wanted to start somewhere. And if a few kids see this, then that's great. We don't want to lose another class of children. So really this month, we need to, I ask and encourage you all to talk about this in your own communities, especially when you're with other families and families of students that are seniors, letting them know this. Because we do want our students to see that, wow, I can access this and I can do this in ways that maybe they might not have seen themselves doing before. And if there's any particular resources you need or want, or if there's anything I can do to help ensure that you have that, just please ask. But Consuela, thank you so much for reminding me to share about this super exciting program, North Carolina College Connect.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing.
Absolutely.
Madam Chairman, could you repeat the schools?
Chairman, are you okay if I share?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Elizabeth City State University, Fayetteville State University, UNC Asheville, UNC Greensboro, UNC Pembroke, and Winston-Salem State University, along with their community college, which of course has always been open enrollment, but they have agreed to shorten their application to help students access it easier.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Coltrane. And I saw that Ms. Erica Shoulders said that she would share a copy with Dr. Leslie Locklear. Dr. Leslie,
Great.
it would be great if we could share this with our Indian Ed directors so that they have this information before them.
Yes.
Thank you for this great work. Thank you
Absolutely.
for sharing.
Erica has been a huge partner of ours. She's been going around the state training folks. I didn't even realize she was on the call. So yes, thank you, Erica, for getting that that flyer to the team. So that way you all can have it. And if we can, again, be of any support, do not hesitate to ask.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Tiff, if you don't mind, I just have one quick question. Dr. Coltrane, I was not sure, will this impact any way their accessibility or qualifications for any of like the scholarships that these schools give out? I know a lot of times
No, it won't. Once they're in the door, they will work with their enrollment manager, and if they need other information for scholarships, they will ask them for that.
Gotcha.
So we actually just had that conversation the other day with the team, and they said, well, let's put ACT, SAT scores first. I said, no. We don't want to add another barrier to admissions, right? Let's get them in the door. And then if you need all that other information, we can be more clear and say, if you want to apply, we need this other information for scholarship. So no, there will be no negative implication.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Any other questions? Right. Thank you, Dr. Coltrane,
You're
for
so welcome.
joining Stacey, sharing this great information. Yep, you have one more.
Nope, I was just going to say thank you again.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Next on our agenda, we have Dr. Ellen Essick. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. From NCDPI Section Chief, NC Healthy Schools and Specialized Instructional Support. Welcome to Stacey. Thank you for agreeing to share a presentation to the State Advisory Council on Education. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you. I appreciate you having us and giving us the opportunity to talk about some of the data and the voice of our students. I have also with me today Mr. Les Spell. He's our data and policy consultant, and we'll be sharing some information that's a little bit new for our presentations, and he'll be here to jump in and answer any questions and help us along the way. So we'll tag team this as we go. I think he might have changed one slide, so would it be okay if he shared his screen? So that we could,
Yeah. Yeah, so we can do that.
that'd be great, because I think we've made a couple little edits since we sent this in, and we'll send you the final version moving
Okay.
forward. Again, thank you so much. What we're bringing to you today are the results from the 2023 North Carolina Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And this was done in 2023. We're getting ready to start the 2025 survey, so I'll talk more about that in a minute. Just to put it in a context of the work we do, this is the Healthy Schools team. We work in all areas of the whole school, whole community, whole child framework, and that includes curriculum and several federal grants, as well as school psychology, social work, counseling. So we've got quite an eclectic group of folks who work to support the non-academic barriers to student success for our students. So just a bit about the survey itself before I jump into some of the data. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey is conducted at the middle school and the high school levels, and we've been administering this survey on odd number of years since 1993. Today, most of the data we will show you is from the high school level, but we also have middle school level data, which helps us kind of see what happens between that transition from middle school to high school. And we do have trend data going back to 1993, so we can see how those trends have developed over time. The schools and classes that participate are randomly selected. All participation is voluntary. So for example, a school may choose to participate, but an individual student could choose not to participate. So there's voluntary participation at all levels. Parent notification is required, and this is designed to be completed in one class period and be completely anonymous. So the data we share with you today is aggregate data from our students and non-identifiable. These are the health risks categories that we have questions from in the survey, and we ask students. And I think the most important thing about the survey that we always want to get across is this is the only survey or only data source that we have that's directly from students. This is student voice. And that is the road to change for our students, to let them have the voice about their behaviors. I'll also add that one of the questions we often get is, well, do students tell the truth? And it was very interesting. I sat in a meeting with the state epidemiologist this past week, and our data from our students around some of the mental health behaviors that I'll talk about almost mirrors exactly what they've seen with emergency room visits and hospital visits for students. So nice to just a backup to say, yes, students do tell the truth. A little bit about the questionnaire and how we developed that. The high school question in 2023 had 99 questions. The middle school questionnaire had 70. And we have to use two-thirds of the questions have to come from the Center for Disease Control standard questionnaire. And that way they can be comparable to national data and data from other states as well. We bring together a group of stakeholders who have interest in different areas and different questions. And if they want a new question, they have to bring a rationale for that question. And we talk with them about why do we want this question and how will it help move our work forward in North Carolina. We try to keep questions consistent so that we will have trend data, and then we get approval in-house and then final approval from the CDC before we send the questionnaire out to schools. So a little bit about the data, and before I jump into the data, I did want to say that in this data, you will see some data points in these slides that we've added for Native American students. And that's how the CDC lists this data as Native American students. It's actually American Indian and Native Alaskan students. And so you'll see some data points. The reason there's not a trend is because in order to have data on an individual group of students, we have to have a certain number of students participate in that. And this year we did for our Native American students. So you will see some data points for those students, but you won't see a trend line because we haven't had that data before. So we're excited to be invited and be able to say, hey, we've got some specific data here, as well as for the state of North Carolina. Also, to put this in perspective, if you'll look at the pie chart on the left, this is the participation in the YRBS by our students. And you can see, for example, that 45.7% of the students who participated were white. That mirrors almost identically the population of North Carolina high school students in North Carolina. So all to say, we have a very representative sample of our students at the same percentages that they exist in North Carolina. So a little bit of an overview of some of the high-level data. Cigarette smoking remains at an all-time low of 4% among our students, our high school students. Vaping has actually decreased, and we always get a little pushback on this. We didn't say vaping was wonderful. We say vaping is decreasing among our students. Marijuana use has gone down since 2013. Alcohol use has gone down. And we haven't seen a real significant change in the use of prescription painkillers or in our bullying data. So I'll jump into just a few of the details here. Substance abuse. This is the percentage of high school students who currently smoke cigarettes versus those who currently used a vapor product. So if you look at the blue line, that's currently smoked cigarettes, that's gone down to 4% in 2023, continues to go down. And our vaping numbers, the gray line, have also come down. The percentage of Native American students that smoke cigarettes is at 5%. You can see there, right in line with their peers. And those who used vapor products is quite a bit higher at 39%. The percentage of high school students who currently drank alcohol. And Les, can you give that actual question, please? Just so it.
So the question is, in the past month, how many days did you have a drink of alcohol? And it specifies not for religious purposes. So these are so anytime you see current use on any of these, it's one or more times in the past 30 days.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. And you see that has been going down over time. Our Native American students do have a higher percentage of students who drank alcohol than their non-Native American peers, but you can see it's still somewhat in line there. This is a percentage of high school students who currently use marijuana. And that has pretty much stayed about the same, going down a little bit each year, but it's quite a bit higher among our Native American students at 31%. So a few questions on nutrition, and we have a lot of questions in each of these. We're just giving you some highlights and always happy to share additional data if you'd like. This is a percentage of high school students who ate breakfast on all 7 days of the past 7 days before the survey. And we were really concerned in 2021 as fewer and fewer students were eating breakfast. We did see that go back up for most of our students in 2023. But for our Native American students, only 13% ate breakfast all 7 days of the last 7. The percentage of high school students who did not eat breakfast on any day in the last 7 days, again, that was really high in 2021. It had creeped way up there. We were a little bit curious about that because there were so many opportunities for students to have universal meals for all during that time. But we have seen that come back down in 2023 to 19% of our students who did not eat breakfast on any day. That's 22% for our Native American students. This is our mental health data, and I'm going to caveat as we start talking about this data. We have seen our trends start moving in a more positive direction for mental health. Some of these movements are not statistically significant yet, but I think we've put a lot of resources and a lot of supports for our schools into mental health, and we are starting to see a little bit of payoff from that. Again, not back to pre-pandemic levels yet, but moving in the right direction. So this is a percentage of high school students who agree or strongly agree that they feel alone in their life. So if you look back at 2013, only 20% of our students said they were feeling alone in their life. And that went up to an all-time high of 33% in 2021. And now that's come back down in 2023. Our Native American students actually are lower, but fewer of them feel alone in their life at 26%. This slide shows the percentage of North Carolina high school students who strongly agree that they feel good about themselves. And I think it's important to look at how this dip has happened over time. In 2013, 75% of our students said they felt good about themselves. And that went down to an all-time low of 49% in 2021, but then back up 55% this year. And that was consistent with our Native American students as well. This is the percentage of high school students who felt sad or hopeless. And Les, can you give that definition as well, just so I can?
So the full question on this is, in the past 12 months, did you experience feelings of sadness or hopelessness for 2 or more weeks in a row and stop doing normal activities? So you can't fit all that on here, but it's basically the clinical definition of depression.
We're looking at how many of our students are depressed. And again, if you will look at the blue line, that's North Carolina. And in 2021, that was up to 43% of our students who met that definition. That thankfully came back down in 2023 to 39%, and it's actually lower than that at 34% for our Native American students. If you look at the yellow line, that's the same trend line for national data. So, you know, all these things that were happening around the pandemic and the mental health needs of our students, that was pretty consistent across the country. So this is the percentage of high school, these are two questions here. One is the percentage of high school students who are physically active at least 60 minutes per day on 5 or more of the past 7 days. So that's that blue line. And you see that blue line came down from 47% being physically active in 2013 to a low of 34% being physically active in 2021. We were really happy to see in this year's data, 2023's data, this past year, that has come back up to 42%. At the same time, the percentage of students who felt so sad or hopeless that they stopped doing their normal activities had gone up to 43% in 2021. We were again happy to see that it came back down in 2023. What's important to look at in this slide, and then you can see those numbers for Native American for physical activity is 35%, and for feeling sad or hopeless is 34%. What we have seen in our data, and I'll show a few other slides of data in just a second, that as students began to become less physically active, their depression went up. And then this past year, as depression came back down, physical activity was also going back up. So those two lines have crossed each other. While I can't say that being physically active is a cause for better mental health, or that what we can say is there's an association between physical activity and mental health of our students. And it doesn't cost much to get students more physically active. And so that's why, as we're looking at what we're doing on our team, it's how do we get our students in North Carolina public schools more physically active on a regular basis. So this is a percentage of high school students who played on at least one sports team. So looking at kind of their extracurricular activities, what they're doing outside. You can see 2021 is in blue there, total 48% in 2023 in yellow. Again, if you look down at Native American, it's 32%. We didn't have that data for Native American students in 2021, so that's why you only see the yellow line there. And then looking at that physical activity at a national level, what we've seen is that the percentage of students who are physically active at least 60 minutes a day nationally also came down, and it's gradually, very slightly starting to go back up, along with the percentage of students who felt sad and hopeless went up and then started coming down. So we saw those two lines again. As students are more physically active, their mental health was better. We have middle school data in North Carolina that shows that same trend. As our middle school students are more physically active, their mental health was better. So a little bit about our suicidal behaviors. If you look at the graph at the bottom, you can see what each of these colors represent. Seriously considered attempting suicide is blue. Made a plan for suicide during the past 12 months is yellow. Attempted suicide is green. And made a suicide attempt in the past 12 months that resulted in an injury needing treatment by a medical professional And we didn't ask this question in 2021, so you can see why there's a blank space there. But each year from 2017 until 2021, all of those numbers went up. Attempted suicide stayed about the same, but generally we had more students who were seriously considering suicide. We were very pleased to see that that's starting to come back down a bit in 2023, with 18% of our students seriously considering suicide, and 16% making a plan. I think one of the things about this data that really stood out to us, and it's what we're trying to look at in some of our future programming, is looking at males and females. And if you look at the blue lines or graphs are North Carolina females, the green are US females, the gray are North Carolina males, and the yellow are US males. And in every year, and if you look at 2021, 30% of our female students seriously considered attempting suicide. Also, 30% of US female students seriously considered attempting suicide, much higher than their male counterparts. We did see that come down a bit. North Carolina came down more than the national average on that in 2023, and we're certainly happy to see that. Again, that percentage is too high, and we want to keep working on supporting students in their mental health, but we were happy to see some movement there. And this is just broken down a little bit more completely. This is a percentage of high school students who seriously considered attempting suicide by sex, grade, race, and ethnicity. So you can see there, the percentage of students who seriously considered suicide was highest among our Asian students. The overall was 18%, but highest with our Asian students. And then this is looking at that same information across timelines here. And you see there that our North Carolina females, again, reached that all-time high of 30% seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months in 2021, and that has come back down. Our Native American females, that percentage is 22% who seriously considered suicide. And then our North Carolina males were at 12%, and Native American males were only 9%. So happy to see that. But that disparity between males and females is still something that we want to keep looking at. That's twice as high for our female students as our male students. And this is the percentage of high school students who made a plan by their race and ethnicity. And again, 16% of our high school students made that plan, highest among Asian students. And then we can look at that again, those who made a plan and how that is still, our female students are quite a bit higher than their male counterparts, but our Native American students, a little bit lower for females and quite a bit lower for our male students. And this is a percentage of high school students who attempted suicide in the past 12 months, and the total was 10%. Again, that Les, can you give us a number on that? 10% of our students is about how many students?
So 10%, if roughly about 500,000 high school students in North Carolina, so that's about, what's that, 50,000? That would be 50,000. That's but that's spread out across North Carolina.
Right. And then, so again, that was high. This is a percentage of students who actually attempted suicide in the past 12 months. And we don't ask them a lot of detail about that. We ask them no detail. We just ask them if they attempted suicide in that time. Again, our females are twice as high as our males on those who actually attempted suicide. But interestingly, Native American males are very low in that, and only 3% attempted suicide in the last 12 months. And you can see that by, this is percentage of high, sorry, a different one. This is percentage of students who had a suicide attempt that needed treatment by a doctor or nurse. Again, only 2%. That's still a lot of students at 2%. But that has been always been pretty low, and hoping to, but still we need that at 0% who actually need to be treated for suicide. I'm gonna let Les talk a little bit more about this slide because it's got a lot going on.
So the green line here is showing the percentage of North Carolina high school students that reported attempted suicide in the 12 months before the survey. And you can see the trend line, the green line there stops at 2009. And what happened was the folks who were creating the questionnaire for North Carolina at that time from 2011 to 2015 thought that we could capture the percentage of students who were attempting suicide by only asking the question, did you attempt suicide? Did you have a suicide attempt in the past 12 months that required medical treatment? And so what happened with that was, or the result of that was in 2011 and 2013, North Carolina's percentage of high school students that reported attempting suicide that required medical treatment was 5%. And then in 2015, that number jumped to 9%. Well, the national average for that statistic is 2 to 3%. It has been for a very long time. I came into this position in 2016, and so I inherited the 2015 data was the first thing that I saw. And I tried to figure out, well, what could we do with our survey to get data that's more accurate? What is going on here? So my assumption was that we did not have 9% of our high school students in 2015 attempting suicide and needing medical treatment. That's 1 out of every 11 kids. That was way too high. So my thought was maybe kids were taking the survey and they were looking for a place, even though it's anonymous, it just made them feel better to be able to tell someone, not really tell someone, but be able to say that they had attempted suicide. And the only question we had was, and the only choice they had was to say they attempted suicide and needed medical treatment. So we replaced both of those questions on the survey in 2017. So what we saw was the percentage of kids that attempted suicide came back as 8%. And we saw our percent that needed medical treatment drop from 9 down to 3, which again is right in line with national averages. And then we've seen that continue in 2019. The national average for attempted suicide is around 10%. And for needing medical treatment is around, like I said, 2 to 3%. We didn't ask the treatment question in 2021, but our averages remain the same. And then you see in 2023, we were able to get Native American data for the first time. And we see that and this is overall, this is not broken down by male or female. So all of our Native American students reported 7% had attempted suicide in the past year, and only 1% had attempted suicide and needed medical treatment. So yeah, a lot going on in that slide. So.
Thanks, Les. And a little bit about those same issues with our students who identify as gay, lesbian, or bisexual in this next section. These are the same questions, percentage of high school students who felt sad or hopeless in the past 12 months. And you see how much higher that is for our gay, lesbian, bisexual students than their heterosexual peers. And the same is true across all of these questions. The percentage who seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months, again, over twice as high for our gay, lesbian, bisexual students as for their heterosexual classmates. And then the percentage of high school students who made a plan for suicide in the past 12 months, again, it's over twice as high for gay, lesbian, bisexual students. Although we did see that, and go back just one if you will, that start to come down among those students. And we were happy to see that not be quite as high this year. And then for those who actually attempted suicide in the past 12 months, again, it's over twice as high for our gay, lesbian, bisexual students as for their heterosexual classmates. But just a few other issues. One of the questions that we asked in 2021 of our high school students, and we'll be asking it again in 2025, percentage of high school students who reported it would take them less than an hour to get and be ready to fire a loaded gun without a parent's permission. And that was in 2021 was 30%. So quite a few of our students have access and can do that without permission from their parents. And then we asked that same question at the middle school, and we asked that in 2023. 32% of our middle school students said that it would take less than an hour to get and be ready to fire a loaded gun without parent permission.
Now we didn't have enough participation at the middle school level to get the Native American subgroup for middle school data. I think I saw you leaning in to look at something there, Dr. Okay.
I was. That was going to be a question, so thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
answering.
Yeah, it's not there at the middle school level, only for high school. We had enough participation at the middle school level for Native American data in 2021 and 2017, but not 2023.
Thank you.
So this is a percentage of high school students who did something to purposely hurt themselves without wanting to die. And that could be cutting, that could be some kind of self-harm. And we saw that was 22% both in 2021 and 2023. But you can see how much higher that was among our gay, lesbian, bisexual students at 43%. We put this one in here. We talked a lot about this on our team. It's a percentage of high school students who strongly agree that their teachers really care about them and give them a lot of attention and a lot of encouragement, excuse me. And that's come down over the years, down to 42% in 2021. And, you know, it was interesting, and went back up in 2023. In 2021, a lot of students were dealing with pandemic, and so were their teachers. There was a lot going on in that time. Pandemic had just ended. Hey, Les, will you pick up here just for a second?
Yeah, so this was something I've been watching for a few years because I actually expected in 2021 to see this number go up because during the pandemic, I had a kid in high school and I had a kid in middle school during that time. So I knew firsthand that a lot more encouragement and care was being shown to students during the pandemic. They were given a lot more grace during assignments. But when we conducted the survey in 2021, we weren't able to conduct it in the spring, which is when this is traditionally done. But the YRBS has to be conducted in person and students have to be in the building. And in the spring of 2021, across the country, most places were still in a hybrid format and kids were not in the building. So the 2021 results are impacted by the fact that they had to be conducted in the fall semester. So in the fall semester of 21, kids were back in the building. And a lot of the things that were being done while they were learning remotely teachers were trying to get back to normal. And so all of the grace that was being given and all that extra care and love that they were receiving, I think the kids, it was kind of a shock in the fall of 21 to some of them that, you know, things were trying to get back to normal, and as well as the mental and emotional things that the adults in the building, you know, so I think this is more impacted by COVID and the impacts of that than anything. But we were glad to see that has gone up for our high school students in 2023. I don't have the slide in here, but for middle school, this actually went down again in 2023. So not really sure what's going on with that one at that level, but it's something we're going to keep an eye on. We were happy to see that our Native American students were actually higher. More than half of them reported that their teachers care about them and give them a lot of encouragement.
So, and this year we looked at the percentage of high school students who reported that at least one teacher or adult that they could talk to in their school. So even though some of them said that they didn't, you know, feel that supported, almost 62% of our students said that they had at least one teacher or adult in their school that they could talk to if they had a problem. And we were really happy to see that our Native American students, that's 64% of them felt that way. I'll let you talk about these.
Okay. Yeah. So this was a new question in 2023. How often do you use social media? And you can see all the answer choices that the kids had to choose from on the bottom. And so the number out to the side, 80.5% of our high school students reported that they use social media anywhere from several times a day up to more than once an hour. So 80.5% of our kids are using it several times a day or more. For Native American high school students, that actually jumped to 86%. So that was a difference between the groups. We don't have the middle school numbers in here, but it's around 63%. And then I'll just keep going. And then lastly, I think this is the last thing. just to show you that we have this data in a variety of ways. We're able to analyze it and do cross tabulations between different characteristics. We get a report back that shows how students' behaviors are related to the kinds of grades that they make during the school year. So the way you read this is, I'm going to start with the one on the left. 35%, this is the green bar, 35% of our students who make mostly A's reported feeling sad or hopeless for 2 or more weeks in the past year, whereas 62% of the kids who made mostly D's and F's reported being sad or hopeless in the past year. So we can't say which one of these comes first. We just know that this group of students, that the students that are making mostly D's and F's, are suffering from more issues with mental health than the students who are making mostly A's. 35% is not a good number for the kids that are making mostly A's. None of these are good, but we do know that the group that is making mostly D's and F's, which could be, we don't know which one comes first. Were they making bad grades because their mental health was poor and they're not able to concentrate? Or are they feeling bad because they're making bad grades? We don't know. You can see similar stair-step results here for all of these mental health issues, where our students that are making mostly A's tend to have better mental health results than our students that are making D's and F's. And then that is the end of that. This is our whole school, whole community, whole child. We always say healthy children learn better. As you can see on the last slide, those things kind of go together.
And Liz, can you address a couple of these questions that are in the chat?
Yeah,
which are really good questions, by the way. Do we have any idea of what preventive factors are in place that are leading to Native American students having lower rates of suicide?
Oh, I don't know that one. I'm hoping somebody here could tell me why the Native American students tend to have better mental health than their classmates. Because we saw that I'm going to stop sharing. We saw that on several indicators that our Native American students tend to have better mental health than the rest of their classmates. I don't know.
Wes, that was a question that I asked. I didn't know if there were any other questions in the survey that kind of you like cross-reference, like you originally did with I think it was how they felt about themselves and their activity. So I saw how those could possibly lead to causation, but of course we can't leak that, the causation. But right. I know a lot of us probably have ideas linked to the cultural resilience that a lot of our students have, the community that they have, and that sense of resiliency. But I didn't know if there were questions about that built into the survey that we would be able to kind of link causation to.
So the only thing I can think of right now that we just saw was that you saw that the Native American students there was a higher percentage of them that felt like their teachers cared about them and felt like they were getting encouragement. So that's part of the community that they're in. So I think there is something to that their community and the culture in general of where those kids are. Maybe that may be what the relationship is, and their mental health being better. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'll have to take a look at it and look a little deeper to see if I can find something that I can point to. Not off the top of my head.
So in the coming year, one of the things that we'll be doing in 2025 is adding questions around positive childhood experiences to the survey, as well as adverse childhood experiences as part of a collaboration with DHHS and their Essential Childhood Grant. And so those questions may give us some insight into that, because we start finding that we can cross-reference those who had positive childhood experiences with their identity. So that might be a way to do that in the future a little more, since we'll be adding those questions in 2025.
So I see the question, how can we assist with increasing participation? I think that means in participation by our American Indian students.
Yes, and I particularly saw that the middle school numbers, if you don't have enough there, then you can't report that data. Is there any way, or can you share a little bit about the deployment of this survey and how we could assist in increasing that?
So it's kind of the luck of the draw. So the way it works is we send in a sampling frame to the CDC of all of our schools that have students in grades 6 through 12 across the state. along with a spreadsheet of a variety of factors that describe those schools with their locations, the makeup of the schools as far as like students on free and reduced lunch percentages, the numbers of kids in the school, their zip codes. And what they do, they take that whole group of schools and they send me back a representative sample that gives us, we get the results like we do where we showed the slide in the beginning where you saw the pie charts that results in the percentage or the breakdown of the percentage of kids that are actually in North Carolina schools comes out to be very similar to the percentage of kids that participate in the survey. And it just so happened that in 2023, we got, so we only get 40 high schools and 40 middle schools selected across the state. And they're asked, that's our representative sample. So it really depends on if I get schools that are selected that fall in areas of the state where we have a higher population of American Indians. And it just so happened that in 2023, we had a few schools that were in parts of the state with a high population of American Indian students, and they had high participation rates. So those schools, that allowed us to get representative data. You have to have a minimum of 30 or more students to participate before the CDC will weight any of that data for the different demographics. It doesn't matter what the demographic area is, it's got to be 30 or more. So there's not a whole lot except for when I do get my sample back, which will be in either December or early January for the 2025 survey. There's part of it is a problem is that I can't really publicize the list of schools, but I can talk to community partners and I can talk to folks and make it known if there are schools that are in parts of the state again. I might come to you guys and ask you, hey, could you reach out and encourage people that you know to allow, because if we can get past the obstacle of the school board or the superintendent level and get it to the level of allowing the students and their parents to make the decision whether or not to participate, we generally have pretty good participation rates. The biggest obstacle we run into is at the county level, is at either the board, local board, or the superintendent. They get a little nervous about how the community is going to react to it. So the easiest thing for them to do is say no. But when you say no, you're not allowing your kids to participate. And they never know it. The kids would never know.
Or their parents. And that's part of that we want to make sure that, parents and children have the opportunity to participate or not participate. So getting to them so that they can make that choice is very important.
Is there a gap in students reporting for us, GCS, Indian Grant, suicide prevention? Maybe I answered that question about is there a gap in students reporting?
You did. I did. That was my question. I was more just continuing the conversation that Dr. Leslie had asked about the preventative factors. Was it more about a gap in students reporting, or are there some preventative factors that we're putting in place? So I know I work in Guilford County schools, and our Indian Ed Grant, our activities that we select is doing some suicide prevention. So I'd be curious about the other Indian Ed programs across the state, if they're doing some of those things as well. So.
Yeah, so I'm glad to hear you working in Guilford County schools, because I will most likely have some schools selected due to the size, because the way the sample is selected is a representative sample. So it's like, let's say it's like a big bingo or a ping pong ball, lottery ball machine. And the bigger your district is, the more balls are in there, the higher a chance you have of getting schools selected. Which makes sense, as so Wake County and Charlotte Meck have the largest chance of getting kids selected because they've got 20% of the whole population of kids in those two places. But then Guilford is pretty close behind. So I might be coming to you to say, hey, could you reach out to these folks and say, please participate?
For sure. Let me know how I can help.
Thank you.
Well, if there aren't any more questions, we certainly appreciate the time and allowing us to share the data. If you have specific questions about data or you want us to look more deeply, Les can drop in the chat our website where you can see all of the data. And then if you have specific questions about it, if you'll reach out to him, he can help you decipher some of that. So thank you all.
Absolutely. Thank you all for joining us and sharing that most important data that can assist us with moving forward. Thank you for including that American Indian data. Thanks indeed. Great work, guys. All right, as we move forward in the agenda, we do have Miss Christina Bullard from Hope County Schools Indian Ed program. Today, she will be sharing her Title VI program spotlight. Welcome, Miss Christina.
Hello, hello. I'm glad to be able to share some information about Hope County Schools and our Indian Education program. So, first of all, I want to start by introducing our Indian Education Department, our team. Dr. Hunt is an assistant superintendent. He's also the program director for our Indian Education. And then I am Christina Bullard, and I am the Indian Education liaison. Although on paper, the two of us make up the team, I have to say that we have a small village of people that help us donate their time and their resources to help us, and we're very grateful for that. Looking at some of our program initiatives, first and foremost, we want to work on preserving Native American culture, making sure that our students know who they are and where they came from, and then promoting academic success. We are also working to decrease our student dropout rate, reduce behavior issues among our Native American students, increase parent and community involvement, and strengthen the ties with Hope County Schools and our local Lumbee tribe. Also making our students aware of opportunities that are available to them, such as camps, the CTE department at the high school, and scholarship information. What are we doing to make sure that our students know who they are and where they come from and preserving that culture? First, promoting understanding and respect for the Native American heritage. Some ways that we've done this, and in fact, we were supposed to send our fifth graders at one of our local elementary schools to the powwow today, but due to weather, they were unable to attend. But we sent fifth graders from Hawkeye Elementary School last year. Hawkeye Elementary School has the highest number of Native American students among our elementary schools. And so we sent the fifth graders last year to the fall Student Day powwow, and I have some pictures on the slide for that. And then in November, the Lumbee tribe has the American Indian Culture Day. And this year, we're looking forward to sending our fourth graders from several of our elementary schools to this event. And we chose fourth graders because it aligns with their social studies curriculum. We're also looking forward to implementing monthly culture activities, doing this as much as possible. And then in November, we're actually looking at doing it every week during November. This is not only important for our students, but it also brings the parents in, and we get that parental involvement in these culture activities as well, which is very important to us. Helping to foster a sense of belonging and identity among our Native American students. In our Native American student organization at the high school, we had a meeting on Wednesday, and we're starting to we're just beginning our club meetings for the year. One of my students, she said, we simply just want to know more about our culture. Can we have speakers come in? Can we watch videos? So they really are desiring to know who they are and where they come from. And we're hoping to be able to fill in some of those gaps through our Native American clubs and our things like our culture stations. Culture stations, we did this last year for a couple of our elementary schools. November is a busy time, and we were having some issues getting presenters in to do a formal Native American Heritage Month presentation. So we decided to do culture stations, and the elementary schools that I work with, they were able to get their resource team to work with me to make this happen. And the students rotated through during their resource time, and we had 4 stations set up. One station was Life by the River, and this activity actually came from UNCP, from the museum. They sent information over for me to use, and the students created, there was a educational component to it, learning about the Lumber River, and then an activity that went along with that. The students also did paper pine cone patchwork. They learned the significance of the pine cone patchwork, and then they created their own. The STEM director for Hope County Schools, she is one of those people that is in our village. She will volunteer her time and her resources at a drop of the hat to help me in any way that she can. So during our during our culture stations, she actually had a mobile planetarium, and she held one of the stations, and she talked about some Native American storytelling associated with the constellations. And then we also did corn husk dragonflies. And we chose dragonflies because we were able to connect it to a science lesson about bioindicators. And this was a different way of celebrating our culture, but the students, the staff, everyone enjoyed these culture stations. All right, looking at the academic success piece of it. Our tribe, the Lumbee tribe, has the grant, and through the grant of Project IndigiChoice, they offer tutoring. There's a wealth of resources that are available to our students. And it's just a matter of assisting parents with registering, making sure that they understand what is available to them. And so to promote that academic success, getting our parents to register their students if they need additional support in math and reading through Project IndigiChoice. We're also doing things like Literacy Night. Literacy Night last year, and I have some pictures on this slide from our Literacy Night. We partnered with the ELA curriculum specialist, and she was able to provide our parents with information about what the students were doing in the classroom and what resources the schools had digitally for them to use at home, as well as she sent our parents home with games that they could play, educational games that they could play with their child as they were reading along with them at night. And this is something that we're looking forward to expanding on this year, including math nights and actually sending our parents home with academic toolkits where there's manipulatives and games and things that are in these toolkits that they could use at home to help their students. Recognition of academic success. I had a conversation with the principal at Hawkeye, and again, I mentioned Hawkeye earlier. It is the elementary school that has the highest number of Native American students. It is also our lowest performing elementary school. And we were looking at recognizing academic successes. How can I, as the Indian Education Liaison, assist with making sure that our Native American students are recognized for their successes? And so we are looking at implementing an Indigenous Scholar Award during their quarterly awards programs. And then my background is science. I taught science 15 years before taking this position. So as much science and STEM as I can incorporate, I want to, because I really do feel like STEM and science could be a hook for students. Although math and ELA is very important, most of the time those are the things that students struggle in, and those are the classes that they may not enjoy as much. So STEM and science and STEM can be a hook for those students to get them to see the value of their education. And so with our ACES clubs, this year our goal was to get our students to complete science projects and incorporate those in the regional science fair. And again, promoting STEM, this next Saturday, we will have our very first Indian Education STEM Day, and we are looking forward to that. I actually went to Wakamasuan STEM Day last year for the first time, and then again this year. And when I went last year, I knew that as soon as I came back, I had to figure out a way to get that to Hoke County. How could I do this for our students? And so I'm looking forward to providing that opportunity for our students next Saturday. All right, looking at what are we doing to decrease our dropout rate and decrease our behavioral incidents. Mr. Brandon Locklear is another part of our village. He is actually the college and career ready coordinator at the high school. Mr. Brandon is also the wrestling coach at the high school. He is part of the Hanassa Scholarship Committee. So he has ties within the school system as well as the committee or community. But he is also a wonderful mentor and role model for all students. But I do see that our Native American students tend to gravitate to him. So he is a wonderful resource to our program. During the summer, Mr. Brandon runs a summer credit recovery program for our Indian education. And what that is we identify students who are falling behind on their credits to graduate. Either they didn't take the classes that were required that school year for them to be promoted to the next level, or maybe they failed a class. And then through Apex Learning and this summer credit recovery class helps to get them back on schedule. So when August rolls around, they're where they should be within their grade level. Mr. Brandon also does college tours, and last year we were able to do a career tour. Cisco up in Raleigh had a STEM day, and we took a group of students to this, and it was nice for our students to our students were able to see themselves in this facility as somewhere that they could work, and it was an awesome experience. Another way that we're looking at reducing our dropout rate and our behavioral incidents is through our clubs and organizations. So at the high school, we do have the Native American Student Association Club for Hoke County. And actually, I was granted this year, I wrote a grant for an outdoors club through North Carolina Wildlife. The grant was $10,000, and it's for Hoke County High School for an outdoors club. The goal of the club is to get students outside. And although once the club is up and running, it will be offered to all students. When I saw the grant, I automatically thought of our Native American males and the dropout rate and the behavioral issues that we were having. And so my hope is that this will appeal to them. And through this club, they can find a place that they feel safe. They can find a place where they can get some mentorship, but also be able to have build a relationship with these students outside the four walls of school. And hopefully that will decrease the amount of incidents that we are having with behaviors during the school day. We are looking to become more active at NICNAO. We were able to send some students to the conference this past summer, and we are looking forward to being active throughout the school year this year with NICNAO. Again, I had some positive feedback from the students in my last meeting that went over the summer. They are ready to go and to do it again. So these are the kinds of things that we're looking to really hook our students and to keep them involved so that they will find their place at the high school and see it through graduation. Also, my office is in the same office with the MTSS coordinator and the behavioral specialist. So we're constantly having conversations about patterns that we are seeing with our Native American students and what we can do to help prevent that. And they are also in agreement that if our Native American students had more organizations and clubs where they felt they had a place within the high school, that we could decrease some of these incidents that are taking place. Increase in parental, community, and tribal involvement. Again, our students are desiring to know more about their culture. So being able to get the community and our elders involved is important to us. And so we're actively seeking those community leaders and partners that can come in and assist us with that. We want our students to also have community service projects. Last year at the high school, our Native American student organization was able to hold a blood drive on campus. And I thought it ended up being a fundraiser for them, but it was also a great experience. They were able to see how many lives that they helped to save by the amount of donations that they had that day. Our culture nights, these nights bring our parents in, and we're able to build relationships with our parents during these times. And so these cultural nights have become a great way for us to get our parents actively involved. The next bullet, I am actually, yesterday and part of today, I was in training to become a facilitator for NCFL Activate. And this is an initiative that is just coming to North Carolina, and it is to get our families transforming communities. And what that means is we will have cohorts of parents who will work on a project within their school system to help impact and make change within their school. And so we're looking forward to that. I was actually chosen as one of the facilitators for the program to target our Native American parents so that we can get our Native American parents more involved in what's going on in our school system and in our schools. So I'm looking forward to seeing where NCFL Activate takes us. It's actually a 3-year initiative. So I'm still learning, but I'm looking forward to being able to share more about that later with you. Partnering with our local churches and organizations. Our churches, I have found our Native American churches within Hoke County is a great way to get information out to our parents. They have also been very helpful. Our STEM Day, they're going to help provide food to our families. So we're excited with our partnership with our local churches. The Lumbee Tribe is also a great resource, and so strengthening the ties between our district, our Hoke County district, and the Lumbee Tribe is also very important. And the tribal consultation allows us to strengthen those ties, but it also allows us to, it has been a learning experience for me going to these tribal consultations and learning what's going on at other Indian education programs as well. A lot of times, I think the gaps come from our students just not being aware of what is out there for them. So how do we combat that? Providing targeted outreach, informational sessions, and accessible resources. We are partnering with CTE. CTE has been very helpful in creating partnerships. They're helping out with STEM Day, but partnering with her, our director of CTE, to make sure that we target those Native American students and make sure that they know what is available for them is very important. One of the trips that we took last year to Cisco, on the way back, Mr. Brandon was actually driving the bus for us, and he was having a conversation with the students about all the resources that are at the high school and how they could leave the high school with all kind of skill sets. And it's skill sets that they would be interested in, but it's just a lack of information, and you would think they're on campus. How do they not know? But they do. They do end up not knowing a lot of things that are available for them. And so we want to make sure that they understand that there's a lot of resources for them. So having these career and college fairs is very important. We're sending out monthly newsletters. The parents and students are getting a paper copy, as well as sent out through their email. We posted them on social media. Indian Education now has their own Facebook page and Twitter page. And we also have the Remind app that we can send information out to our parents as well. Supplemental resources. So what do we need to make sure that we reach our goals? First of all, there is a need in Hoke County for Native American educators and mentors to build those relationships with our students. There is a need for our tribal elders to come in and share that knowledge with our students. We are actively looking for STEM professionals to come in and assist with the ACES clubs and our STEM day. Getting parent and community volunteers to come in for our cultural activities. And with the Lumbee tribe and through the tutoring, they will actually send a tutor to the school if the school will allow them to use the facility. If we can get enough students at one location to apply for tutoring. So getting all these things to fit together just right so that we can make sure that our students are getting the tutoring through the Lumbee tribe. Cultural artifacts and materials for hands-on learning. And again, our students, they desire this. So being able to bring this stuff to them so that they can acquire this information about their culture. District level support. I am in regular meetings with district leadership, especially with the curriculum and instruction department, because I am on the floor with them. So I do have that support from our curriculum and instruction and from district leadership. Professional development for teachers of Native American cultures. I do feel that we are lacking in that department, but we are working on that. And we are constantly sharing data with one another as far as what can we do to better assist our Native American students. Challenges. Money's always going to be a challenge. And so that's probably one of our biggest challenges is funding, securing sustainable funding for long-term initiatives and supplemental funding within the school system that can assist with meeting our goals. We have implemented a fundraiser. We just last Friday evening completed our second annual Purse Bingo. But these funds are going towards our student organizations, helping to pay for our cultural activities that we are providing them and the field trips that we are taking these students on. But money is definitely a challenge for us. And then the overall needs for raising achievement. Again, continued funding for specialized programs and resources. More Native American teachers and role models in our school. That's definitely a need. Culturally responsive curriculum across all subjects. Increased college and career readiness support. And mental health and wellness programs that are tailored to our Native American students. We are moving forward, but there is still room for growth. And so eventually having the ACES clubs at more schools in our district. Last year, I started out with 2. The goal was to get to 5, but we actually have 13 total schools. So in the future, each year expand until we have until we have these Native American clubs at every school. Developing a mentorship program, pairing Native American students with Native professionals is something that we're looking forward to doing in the future. Increasing participants in Native American Student Advisory Committee. We have a handful of parents that are actively involved in our American Indian Advisory Committee, but we would love to increase that. And I'm hoping that the NCFL Activate that I spoke before on would help increase our Native American student or parent committee participation as well. Implementing culturally responsive teaching practice training for our staff. That is definitely something that we're looking into as we're moving forward to providing more PD for our teachers. Establishing partnerships with local colleges for early college programs. And UNCP has all kinds of resources for our students. And so creating those partnerships so our students can see themselves on these colleges, and increasing outreach efforts to boost program participation and awareness. And again, I know there's a lot of work to be done, but I can tell that we are moving forward. And I see a question about the outdoor club. So North Carolina Wildlife, they have, there's a couple grants that they have. One is called Go Out Outdoors, I think is the name of it. And it can be written at any point during the school year. And it's up to $5,000 for a field trip to take the students somewhere to do something outside. Or I think it's up to $10,000 for an outdoor project, like if you wanted to build a greenhouse with the students. And then they have a separate grant, and that's the one that I wrote, is for the outdoor club, a Trailblazer Club. And it has a deadline. I can't remember when the deadline is, but it will roll out later in the year for next school year. But it was for $10,000, and it is to start a club at the middle school or high school where their goal is to get the students outdoors. And so the $10,000 can be spent on equipment, on field trips, anything that will get the students unplugged and outside. And then someone asked about going to the National ACES conference. I don't think so. I actually think it fell on a date that we had something planned. Is that next Saturday? I know there was a conference that was going on next Saturday and we wouldn't be able to attend because we had already planned STEM Day.
Yes, it's next Saturday.
Okay. Hopefully next year we'll get there.
And one other person asked, is your position, we think your position's funded through Title VI, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us and sharing. We can see the richness that you have brought to Hope County and appreciate all the great things that you are doing. There's one more question. I don't know if Mr. Calvin's going to speak or type it in the chat.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for that great presentation, Miss Christina. That was really awesome. It's really great to hear about the programs you guys have going on in Hope County. But I am the president of the ACES professional chapter here in North Carolina.
Okay.
And I wanted to invite someone from your ACES group to come to our meetings or whatever. So if you want to, feel free to give that person my email, and I'll just drop it in the chat here. It's it's locklear@redhat.com. So Red Hat is the company I work for, and I'm the only Locklear there. So
Okay.
So feel free to give them my phone number, and we've been trying to just make connections with all the different ACES programs in the area, and provide assistance, but do volunteer activities, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. I'll make note of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Tiffany, I just wanted to say thank you so much to Christina for joining us as a Hope County Indian Ed alumni. It's so great to see all of the amazing things going on right here in our community, and just want to thank you. I've seen you at so many events, at so many things supporting our community, and just wanted you to know it does not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. We were so happy to spotlight you today. Thank you for joining, Stacey, and we look forward to continue hearing great things about the progression. Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to, if anyone needs to take a break, please do so. I know we're virtual, and so please do so. We're going to continue to move into our agenda. Miss Toledo has joined us, and so next we would like to welcome her as the program officer of the Office of Indian Education to provide Title VI updates. Welcome, Miss Toledo.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you so much for the invite. We sure do appreciate it. And I want to provide you some updates from our program for this fall. We just opened up the APR, which is the Annual Performance Report. It opened on Monday, September 9, and it will close on Friday, October the 11th. So that's our timeline, beginning with the Annual Performance Report. So the performance report for FY 2023-24 for the Easy APR will be from school year 2023 to 2024, or July 1st through June the 30th of this year. And the APR must be certified by October the 11th at 11:59 Eastern Time. So following the timeline, it will be 10:59 Central, 9:59 Mountain Time, and 8:59 Pacific Time. Most important to remember is that no extensions will be granted. Okay, so keep that in mind for the school districts that are going to be submitting the APR. Okay. Next, I want to go into just providing some more updates. So this year, the OMB Max system, which we were using for our online application, transitioned over to connect.gov. Okay, so we are entering into a new platform. So in this migration, the Easy APR is divided into what we call surveys, 3 surveys. Survey 1, Easy APR for 2023-24. That will just provide you the contact information for your entity. Survey 2 of the Easy Annual Performance Report will go into your grant objectives if you have 1 through 4 objectives. Survey 3 has anywhere from, say, 5 to 10 of your program objectives. So whichever program objectives you have, all 3 will need to be completed and certified by the deadline. So keep that in mind. So as you move along, if you have any questions along the way regarding the connect.gov APR, where our platform is this year, you can always send an email to the oie.easy@ed.gov. And they handle all the application aspects of our grant, which would be the APR, Easy Part 1, and Easy Part 2. Anything to do on the application side, always reach out to the oie.easy@ed.gov. And on the programmatic side, I am your program officer for all the eastern states, east of the Mississippi, and I also have Alaska, New Mexico, and Texas. So I'm a busy person, but I enjoy what I do. So I help everyone across the board, and I love what I do. Okay, so next thing I also want to bring up is when you are reaching into the OMB Max system now into connect.gov, if you experience any issues, here, the point of contact, project director, and the authorizing official, these three entities will be receiving the specific link to have access to the online APR. Okay, so these three individuals will always receive the link. Anyone outside of that who is listed as additional users to the application, they will only receive information regarding when it opens, when it closes, and any broadcast emails that come out from Partner Support Center. So just remember your point of contact, project director, and authorizing official, which is the superintendent, principal, or a tribal chair, or someone that the superintendent has designated as their designee to be the AOR. They will only receive the specific entity link to access the online application. Okay, so keep that in mind as you're going through the APR process. And if your entity had a recent key personnel change and they didn't receive the link, contact ore.easy@ed.gov. Okay, so let them know that a change has occurred if your entity did not receive that specific link. Okay. All right. And let's see here. I think the last thing I have is that we will be going into the fall on, I think it's November. Let me just grab my calendar here to give you the exact dates. November 4, we will open up the registration for the next application grant cycle for 2025-2026. That will close on December 6th. And again, whoever is listed as the point of contact, project director, and AOR, they will all be receiving the emails for the registration, and anyone listed as your additional contacts to your application. So those broadcasts will be going out in November for the next grant cycle. And if we have any new applicants that are interested in applying for the next grant cycle, contact again, oie.easy@ed.gov to get all the information to get started. And also on my slide there where I have the link provided, that is to view the past webinars that we recently held for the APR, which was on Tuesday, September I think it was the 10th, and Thursday, September the 12th. So those two can be viewed on our link from our community of practice site. And that site is updated year-round. So you'll always have the most recent updates from all our webinars and any information you want to download from the site, from how to get started if you're going to be a new applicant, to questions coming from Easy Part 1, for example, in regards to the Indian student count, who is eligible, how to fill out ED 506 form, to Easy Part 2, frequently asked questions that we received. All these questions are coming from all past webinars that we've held, and we've compiled all of them to put them into the frequently asked questions. So that is always growing. Okay, so let me just take a little break here to see if there are any questions so far.
We don't have any questions in the chat so far, so I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So when we transitioned from the OMB Max system over to connect.gov, everything is the same. Only the surveys, because now we have entities that have more than 5 as their program objectives that they have selected. So they will fill out the survey link that will be provided for them from Partner Support Center. And in that section, as you're moving through, for example, in the data section, some of that information will already be pre-filled. And if it's missing, then you will need to fill that in according to using your local data assessment. If you don't have the EdFX data provided for your entity, then reach out to Partner Support Center, which is at the email address on the screen, always oie.easy@ed.gov. And then from there, again, like I said, any key personnel changes, you can always send me an email to notify me that a key personnel change has occurred, and I will give you the guidance on filling out that administrative action memo. So that would update your application with those key informations. And then I will also update that information to the G5 finance system. This system at the department issues your grant award. Okay, again, every year on July, those informations will be sent out to your project director and to your authorizing official. These two individuals are OIE's main contact on the application that we have direct communication with. So anytime anything changes for those two individuals, whether it's an email address or a phone number, or if one of them leaves and a new one is coming in, all that information is filled out on that administrative action memo. So any contacts that are made in one system, now it will be G5, which is transitioning over to G6. And on the application side, these two are two separate databases. So if you make a change now into the connect.gov site for your application, now it's your APR, that change doesn't automatically transfer over to the G5 system. So we need to have both of them updated, okay? And speaking of updates, I also want to mention that your UEI always needs to be in active status in the sam.gov site. So if you know that your UEI is going to be expiring soon, say within a month, just have your business manager always keep that updated, because once it expires, and it takes a process, you know, to get that reactivated again. So another question that we're always asked is, how come the business manager can't get to G5 to retrieve the GAN? Well, only the project director and AOR can retrieve the GAN each year in July when you have been awarded. The business manager only has the payee role, okay, the payee role to draw down the funds. So they will not have access to the grant award notification. So the project director or the AOR going into the G5 finance system will download your GAN, and they will provide a copy to the business manager. Okay, so let me take a little pause here. So any questions in regards to the APR or the registration or your
Any questions in the chat so far?
okay, or the current application? Yes. So the webinar that we did, you can also download that full PowerPoint slide deck, okay, to review. And every Thursday, not every Thursday, but the third Thursday of each month, we have open office hours. And to join us for that, you can always send an email to oie.easy@ed.gov to join and listen in to some of the questions that are coming in directly from the grantees in regards to any question they have. So this is their opportunity to speak directly with the program officer and have their questions answered. And if we don't get to them in time before the presentation is over, we will respond to them, and then they get put onto the COP site, which is the Community of Practice site. So you'll find all that information there. And like I said, that site is updated year round, so you'll have real-time information. Okay. So if you need help in maneuvering how to look for documents on the COP side, you can reach out to me. We can have a video conference call. I'll share my screen and I'll walk you through on how you can download the documents, retrieve, view webinars, anything from our COP site. Okay. All right. And so far, so good? No questions?
So far, so good. No questions.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Usually this time there's a question break and a pause if they have any questions on any part of the application or maybe an ED 506 form or parent committees. You know, all that information is broken down from each part of our application. So, oh, looks like Stephen Bell has a question.
Hey, Annabelle, how you doing?
Hi, Stephen. I'm doing good.
Well, thanks so much for sharing this with us. I just wanted to clarify if a school district who is not a current, who doesn't have a current Indian Ed program, if they're wanting to apply for an upcoming school year, do they need to meet that December deadline, or is that the part one that comes in the spring?
Okay, registration is opening up in the fall, so November 4. Okay, and they can even start calling. Yes, they can even put in a call or send an email to oie.easy@ed.gov and request that, hey, I'm a school entity. I'm interested in applying for the Title VI grant. They'll probably ask, how do I go about this? OIE Easy will give them all the information they need. You know, even before registration is open, we're already getting calls right now from new applicants that are interested in applying for the grant or have heard about our grant. And now is the time for that entity to start the process, because what's also going to take place is that they're also going to be collecting those ED 506 forms. Okay, so we do have the latest one that expires on 6/30/2026 on the COP site. So now would be a good time for that entity who is interested in applying for the grant. The minimum students to have is 10. So the more they have, they need to start collecting those ED 506 forms or give them out to the parents. Because once the registrar at the school district collects all the information of how many students are coming in that have identified themselves as American Indian or Alaska Native students, someone in that office or someone that the superintendent of that incoming school will have staff to give out that form to the families. And the best thing to also do at this time is to establish standard operating procedures on reviewing, collecting, and validating those forms. So you want to have a pathway on when the form is first given out to the family. You want to give them a timeline to fill out all that information. So when it comes back to the school, who receives the form? Is it the school secretary? What does she do with it? Does she give it straight to the person who will be collecting these forms? So you want to know how these forms are going to be going to the last person who will be receiving and reviewing these forms. So you want to have like a check system in place. So the school in your area that is interested in applying for the grant can now reach out to Partner Support Center to ask this question to how to get started. And we even have a document titled by that name, Getting Started, if you're going to be a new applicant coming in.
Great, thank you. I'll let them know.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so the new applicants coming in, I work with the new applicants from getting them started into having them fill out a new applicant form, which is in-house for OIE, that is separate from the electronic online application system. Okay, that system collects all that information. For me, on that new applicant form that will be coming to me, I will reach out to the school district directly to give them instructions on how to put all this information together with their, making sure their UEI is updated. Do they have their information already in G5? And who will be the contacts? Just that kind of an information. Okay, so yes, I work with all the new applicants coming in as a new grantee.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
It doesn't look like there are any additional questions at this time. Thank you, Ms. Toledo, for joining Stacy. We always appreciate the knowledge that you bring before us, keeping us abreast of all these deadlines. So thank you for sharing your expertise, and I'm sure anyone that needs to follow up will do so.
Absolutely. You can reach me directly at 202-987-1622. So that's my direct line. Okay, so we're starting with the APR, then we'll go into registration. Once registration closes, but it'll still be open after that all the way into January. And then we'll have the Federal Register announcement out for Part 1, the open and closing dates. Once Part 1 closes, then we'll move into Part 2. Announcements will be made in the Federal Register for Part 2. So for each section of the application, the announcement will always be in the Federal Register.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so no other questions?
No other questions at this time.
Okay, well, I hope everyone is safe. I've been following the news and the storm looks not good, but I hope everyone is safe.
Yeah, it looks like it's passed through for the most of us. So thank you. And you stay safe as well.
Absolutely. It's been raining here as well. But well, I'm safe. I'm home.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. If you ever need to reach me, send me an email or just give me a call.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining, Stacy.
All right. Thank you. And have a wonderful session.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, next on our agenda is a review of agenda items and announcements. Just as a review, we do have that January 22nd, 2025 date. I do ask that our SACE members save that date for our SACE Summit. Dr. Leslie, we may also want to consider creating a save the date to kind of post and share with some of our partners so that they can save the date as well. We have also established a planning committee, and Dr. Leslie has documented those names for planning and meeting with those 4 folks as it relates to our SACE Summit. Our next meeting is November the 15th at DPI. I hope we can have that meeting face to face so that we can continue building relationship, networking in our community. Are there any announcements from any other SACE members?
Madam Chair, I don't have an announcement, but I just wanted to close out my time as being SACE's DPI liaison. It's been a pleasure to work with you as chair and Dr. Connie before you. I know I'm handing you off to wonderful hands with Dr. Leslie. She's taken things like a fish to water, and we've given her everything that she needs. I want to thank Dr. Kelly Briggs and Consuela Richardson, who have helped me with SACE over the years. Also, just thankful to the Commission of Indian Affairs Education Committee, who has sent us great nominees for the council over the years. So I've had great people to work with throughout my time here. I will be with you in the gallery from now on, and please reach out if there's anything you need. I'm here just handing you off to Leslie. So everybody, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I'll be around. Just call if you need me.
Absolutely. Thank you. And likewise, many comments are being shared in the chat. We will certainly miss you and appreciate you so very much for all the time that you've dedicated to SACY. Miss Dorothy, did you want to add something?
Yes, ma'am. I would also like to give a personal thank you for Dr. Susan Silver. It's been nice working with her, with SACY, and she has been very well organized and has taken the lead on a lot of things that we needed. And I just appreciate her guidance and her support. I also wanted to just mention our SACY terms. We have beginning their second term, Angelique Young, Calvin Locklear, Jeremiah Moore, and Stacy Lynch, and Candace Revels beginning her first term. So we thank you for those of you that's beginning your second term for agreeing to serve another term. And we look forward to working with you, and we welcome you, Candace, on your first term in SACY. With that being said, we have our SACY board members who will be completing their second term June 30th of 2025. And that is Amanda Frizzard and Brandy Jacobs. We have completing this first term, and they are eligible for serving a second term, Stephen Bell, Tamara Carter, and Will Paul. Let me remind you, Stephen, Tamara, and Will, if you would like to serve a second term, you are eligible to do so, but you need to go through the same process where you have your American Indian tribe or organization that signs off on your application, gives you a recommendation, and you fill out that 5-part application. And I'll be sending out a written notice that will be due mid-November. I know this seems a little early, but for us to meet the deadlines to get it, the final results where they need to be. So if you are interested in serving second term, you are eligible. We thank Amanda and Brandy, but you will be completing your second term. So you will need to wait out at least 1 year. And then if you're still interested, you can come back and apply to be on the SACY Advisory Board. So thank you, Chairman Tiffany. We also have appreciated your efforts in working with you, and we look forward to SACY being viable, continuing to be viable. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for sharing that, Ms. Dorothy. Are there any other announcements or comments at this time? All right, I thank each and every one of you for being a member of SACY and the value that you bring to this board. Your service is certainly appreciated. Thank you for enduring the morning storm with us and being committed to join today. I hope to see you all on November the 15th. At this time, may we get a motion to adjourn?
No further business. I move we adjourn. Dorothy Yates.
This is Calvin Locklear. I second.
Any opposed? We will affirm with no opposition. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Stay dry. Bye-bye.